Oh, this place is incredible. Draku sure knows how to throw a party. What about you, Ulrich? Having fun?
Draku was my enemy, Valessa. We're practically being held prisoner. Despite that, yeah, I'm having a good time.
I could tell, actually. How many drinks is that? 5? You don't want to fight with a hangover, do you?
It wouldn't be the first time. I've taught myself to fight in any state of being. Just something you learn to do when you're as old as I am.
And how old is that?
Old enough. Besides, I doubt I'll have much trouble tomorrow. Even if I fought Draku while drunk, I could take him down. So don't worry about my well-being. I've got this.
You can fight while you're drunk, too?
Of course. It actually makes things easier. Your movements are sloppy and unpredictable. That's all you need to confuse and overpower your opponent.
Wow, I never thought of it that way. That's a pretty unique fighting style. You'll be sober tomorrow, though, right?
Depends on how tonight goes. Don't worry about me, I'll be fine. Just go and have a good time, alright?
Alright, if you say so. This is gonna be super interesting. 2 undefeated men, locked in combat.
Yeah, I'll make sure to put on a good show for you. It's like a sport. Everybody will be watching intently. You better cheer for me. I'll be listening, Valessa.
Sure.
You put up more of a fight than Sophie ever did. Where did you learn techniques like that, Shane? It almost feels like you're the teacher in this scenario.
You pick up a lot of stuff on the streets of Museo. Back when I was younger, it was either fight or die. A lot of the rebels are just like me, so get used to it.
Let me guess, you all banded together after the occupation. That means if I learn your weakness, I learn theirs. A weak strategy. All sharing the same fighting style?
Well, now I know why you wanted to spar so soon, and here I thought you might be warming up to me.
Don't flatter yourself, Shane.
Then stop giving me reasons to. I guess Sovi wasn't much of a fighter.
He used to be, but I could tell he always held back. There was doubt in his mind, and it clouded his judgment. I trusted it would go away, but you know what happened next.
Yeah, and he's paying for his mistakes. But you can trust me, Halen. I won't let you down. Remember what I did when we were in Mazeo.
You killed your former leader, your best friend. I don't need anything else from you, Shane. That proves your loyalty almost tenfold.
Good. So what do you think Sovi will do next? I mean, he's no longer welcome in Balteus, right?
I saw him wandering the halls before he left. It's funny. He might actually try to seek out the blade. He was saying something about Alarinthia over and over.
What makes him think it'll be in Alarinthia?
Well, the rebellion will try its hardest to survive. After what we did, it makes sense that they'd flee the mainland. They can't come here, so the only other option is Alarinthia.
Makes sense when you put it that way. Maybe he can regain his honor after all. But I have to ask, why aren't we going?
The rebellion will come here eventually. We have the home advantage if we sit and wait. There's no way they can overpower our army.
That's smart. So we're really doing this. We're going to end the rebellion.
And any more that may come, I sense a bright future for us, Shane. And we'll do it all. For the Triumvirate.
Yeah, for the triumvirate.
Yes, fulfill your purpose. Do what you were meant to do.
It's your turn, Monarch. We're transporting you to the Colosseum one by one. That way you're less inclined to try and escape us. You'll be the last one, so it's almost time to fight. I'd advise not wasting much time, but head to the Colosseum when you're ready. You'll be followed by myself and a few guards. Oh, and good luck. You'll need it. The entire nation will be watching and cheering, but whether it's for your victory or demise remains to be seen.
The evil.
Well, here we are. If you head on inside, you'll find your allies. After that, you'll all be escorted to a private room. You'll have a few moments to prepare once you're in there, but I'd say within the next hour or two, the battle will be over. They don't last very long if both sides have prepared enough. I must thank you again for offering me your allegiance, Monarch. Ulrich may seem strong, but we will win this battle. I know it. We must make sure that we show them kindness, however. They wish to die for their cause, so we are granting them a gift. Do not kill in cold blood. You must mourn them and never forget. These battles are not senseless killing. There is honor in them. Vivian may think of us barbaric, but that is far from the truth. We only want our nation to be in the hands of the strong. Perhaps that is why the Triumvirate has not subjugated us yet. If this nation became like the mainland, I couldn't say the same. Ideals only get you so far. Strength must guide you from there. And it is strength that we have. I'll see you inside, Monarch.
It shouldn't be longer than a few more hours, but I have to ask, what brings you to Alarinthia?
It's probably better for you not to know. I don't want to involve people in my problems.
Involve away. What else are we going to do? You paid me tenfold to take you and you alone. How can you expect me not to question that?
I expect you to do the job you're paid for. Anything else is unnecessary. Don't you agree?
Look, the way I see it, we're friends here. If you need a ferryman back, I'd love to help you out. Treat me with a cold shoulder and you could get stranded.
Is that a threat?
Of course not. I'm just curious. Here, let's start with the basics. What kind of work do you do? You already know what I do for a living. Don't you think I deserve to know as a courtesy? I don't care if you're breaking the law or anything like that.
No, I'm not breaking the law. But honestly, I don't know how to answer your question. I guess you could say that I'm between things right now.
And why is that?
I thought it was time to seek out better opportunities.
In Alarinthia?
To be honest, I have no idea. I just know some people who might be there. Talking to them should get things on the right track.
And what line of work are you in?
I guess you could say I seek out information. Nothing pleases me greater than learning the truth. But the people I worked for were far less than honest.
Lied to by your bosses? Join the club. They'll do anything to save face and get their way. That's part of why I work on my own now. I get you. Is that what you were so worried to open up about? Trust me, almost everybody knows what that's like. I hope your next opportunity is more fruitful.
I can only hope.
So what did they lie to you about?
Everything.
Then I can see why you'd run away.
Excuse me?
I just mean, it's totally understandable.
I'm not running away. I'm doing what's right.
Sometimes running away is the right thing to do.
I'm sorry. You're right. I didn't mean to start something on your boat. Once we get to Alarinthia, you'll never see me again.
There's no need to go that far. Don't misunderstand me. I've got your back. You're not the only man who's run away, you know. Why else do you think I live At sea. Sometimes I don't set foot on land for weeks at a time. I prefer to be out here, where I live on my own terms. I'm free.
Free, hmm?
Yeah, there's no better way to live. Imagine not being shackled by higher-ups. You're fully capable of making your own decisions.
That would be wonderful. I've been a subordinate for my entire life. I think it's finally time that I carved my own path.
I can't believe how cool this place is. Too bad I can't actually enjoy it. I'm super stressed. I'm really worried that we might lose somebody today.
Have we actually worked out who's fighting? I mean, which of our members are joining Draku's reserve forces? The leader and the champion we know, but what about everyone else?
Ulrich fights with Vivian. Pro fights with Draku. Vivian's reserve forces are part of his own army. Draku's reserve forces will borrow from our army. We believe using the Monarch vessels would be the best idea. We wouldn't want to put any more of our main forces at risk. If we win, our allegiance will make this sacrifice worthwhile. This will also give Draku's side an incredible boost in strength. We will need every advantage possible if we want to win this battle. But we should avoid killing our own. Focus on Vivian's life, Monarch. As for Valessa's question, the Monarch will fight among Draku's reserve forces. It is important for a leader to fight for their beliefs. No delegation at times like this. This means that several of our key members will be put in harm's way. It may be impossible for us to avoid the loss of our reserve forces, but we may be able to win without losing any of our comrades. We must simply focus on the lives of Vivian and Draku. Do your best to kill Vivian before any harm can come to Pro or Ulrich. We have the option to mitigate our losses, so we must take it.
So you'll be safe, Hal? Along with myself and Fortum? What about Dominic? He ran off with Pro and Ulrich.
I suppose we'll find out. We should head to the private rooms and prepare. The battle will be starting in a matter of minutes.
Let's go ask him ourselves, Monarch. This whole ordeal is kind of confusing. For a while, I was scared I'd have to fight.
Yeah, same. And I was really worried. But now I feel bad that I'm just going to watch. This whole situation is so messed up.
It is less than ideal, yes, but we cannot change our circumstances. Let us gather together for last-minute preparations. Only by preparing for the coming storm can we avoid tragedy. If we stand here any longer, the odds of losing our comrades will grow. Do not let the enemy get the upper hand. That has happened enough.
Hey, Valessa?
Yeah? What's up?
I saw you dancing with the Monarch.
And
Are you two a thing now?
does it matter?
No, I was just curious. Really. As you know, we're already dating. I just figured it'd be my business too.
Well then, I guess we are. It was also in the moment. I guess we can work out specifics later?
Sounds good to me. This is pretty awesome, isn't it? Nothing can tear the three of us apart.
Yeah, I guess you're right. No matter what, we're always together. Malanorth, Mazeo, Alarenthia, and soon enough, Balteus.
Oh yeah, the final attack. I just hope we all survive it, don't you? I hate to get close to both of you and then lose you.
Well, I have no intentions of dying, Fortum. I'm just worried about the Monarch, though. The stress that this quest is bringing me is unreal. I can't even imagine being the one in charge. To rule this world after the war is over? Hopefully I can help make it easier.
Yeah, same. That's my main goal in all of this. We're all a team, so we need to help each other out. I'll have your back as long as you have mine, Valessa.
Of course. And then we can both protect the Monarch. We'll all be looking out for each other. Totally unstoppable. I can picture the triumvirate quaking in their boots right now.
Yeah, we'll take them down no problem. So what do you say? Together until the end?
Until the end.
Awesome!
We knew you'd be there, Monarch. A few steps backward, as always. But away from what? Do you fear us? No, you mustn't. You still choose to talk with us. Join us, and we shall look into the flames together. Like our vision, it is always changing, never the same. We've thought about this a lot since we talked on the boat. I know what you're feeling, Monarch. We felt the same when our vision first went astray, but now we find ourselves asking, is it actually astray? Seeing both the future and the past, is it really bad? For example, we see Draku win the battle, but also Vivian. We see Pro fall, and Ulrich fall. We even see a future where you fall. Instead of seeing only ahead, we see in every direction. It is almost like a natural evolution to the power we hold. If we can learn to control this, it would be a tremendous boon. The same goes for the visions of the past. Different outcomes, different information, secrets revealed. What if we could search these alternate paths for information? Let us look at the attack on the Rebel HQ in Mazeo. Perhaps a past exists where Damak found out about it. Not useful now, but I think you see what we're suggesting. We wish to try to master this ability before the final battle. If we can gain any useful information, it would aid our attack on Balteus, especially if it can help us uncover any traitors within our ranks. more we think about it, the more it makes sense. In the Rebel HQ, you were as lambs to the slaughter. The triumvirate must have been tipped off somehow. Rest assured that if there is a traitor, we will find them. After that, their fate and punishment is yours to decide. It is unlikely that Shane is the only turncoat among you. Pro even walks along the path of disloyalty, siding with Draku. And making things more complicated, we will keep a closer eye on him. He's most suspicious. There is more to this story than we know. We hope that in the end, an alliance is formed. We would prefer to leave this nation as soon as possible. An endless cycle of death, creating strength. Each leader falls to someone stronger than themselves. Through death and sacrifice, Alarinthia gains power. We would prefer to gain power through other means. When you rule this world, Monarch, please consider this. Do not walk down a path similar to the Triumvirate. The occupation was a prime example of their nature. They kill others to gain strength, to ensure they rule. It would pain us to see you become like that. It truly would. Because you may follow after them without even knowing it. For now, that is all we have to say. There are no other concerns. Next time we talk, perhaps more will have come to light. At least, we hope.
Stop being so stubborn, Ulrich! We can do this without killing each other. Just focus on the leader. That's all you need to do.
I don't think you heard me the first time. There's nothing I won't do to secure victory. That means if I have to kill you, I will. And there's no way you're going to convince me otherwise. The future of my nation is at stake. Your life means nothing to me.
Look, we can figure something out. There's no need for either of you to die. I'll be fighting down there too, so...
Stop controlling everything, Damek. This isn't even your army anymore. You need to start acting that way.
But...
No, this army belongs to the Monarch. He's the one that will be fighting down there. Besides, planning like that is against the rules. It's a fight to the death, no matter what. Conspiring to prevent that displays a lack of honor. I may want to overthrow this tradition, but I won't mock it.
Mutual respect. That wasn't something I expected, Ulrich. There's nothing I enjoy more than an honorable opponent. It almost makes up for the attempt at crashing my ball. But it doesn't mean I'll go easy on you. Where is Vivian, by the way? Did he run?
No, he's in a separate room. Something about meditating before the fight. I leave him be until it's time to do this. Speaking of which, may I request some time with my comrades? If the battle is starting soon, then some farewells may be in order.
Of course. I didn't mean to intrude. As soon as you're ready, we will begin. I'll be in the lobby while I wait for you all.
Okay, so let's go over this situation before the fight begins. We need to make sure we understand exactly what's going down. The upcoming alliance will ensure our attack on Balteus hits hard. I'm fighting alongside Draku as his champion. The fight is over if either him or myself fall in combat. Our reserve forces will consist of the Monarch vessels. The Monarch will also be among those reserve forces too. If he wins, then Draku will offer us his might to attack Balteus. If he loses, we get nothing. The pledge lies with him alone. If Draku wins, the nation will stay exactly the same. But if Vivian wins, he will lead Alarinthia in a new direction. Hopefully, one that allies itself with the new monarchy. Someone will die here today. Either Vivian, Draku, myself, or Ulrich. But these deaths will not be in vain. They will give our army incredible strength. Their lives will help us reshape this world. Or mine. I'm ready to die for this too. We wouldn't stand a chance if we attacked Balteus on our own. An alliance is necessary, and this is the best way we can get it. One life taken here today is worth it to change all of Alestia. To finally take this world back from the Triumvirate, you must simply hope that the Monarch made the right choice. If there even is a right choice in this type of situation. For example, our allegiance with Draku isn't guaranteed. If Vivian wins, he won't offer us his men. We sided against him. It's a real possibility since Ulrich is offering Vivian his strength. That about sums it up. Me, Ulrich, and the Monarch need to go to the arena. Everyone else will be given seats to watch us fight. If this is the last time I see you all, then goodbye. It was an honor serving you and fighting for freedom. I can only hope that you gain that freedom in the end.
I don't have much to say. I just wanted to get rid of Draku. I'm not very good at farewells either, so I won't waste your time. Good luck in the future, all of you. I hope to see you again.
The Monarch vessels are already waiting by the arena. I'll take everyone to our seats so we can watch you fight. I guess it's on you now, Monarch. Head to the arena.
Do you really need to rush into it like this? Can't you take some time to prepare and train?
That would be impossible. Alarinthia takes these battles very seriously. Delaying it would insult the honor of all participants.
Screw honor then! I'm not ready to say goodbye just yet. There's still so much we need to do.
Then don't say goodbye. Simply hope that he survives this battle. Cheer him on from the sidelines. Support him.
I guess that's all we can really do. Things will work out for the best. I know it. We're due for some good luck by now. Should we go take our seats?
Yeah, we probably should. Monarch, good luck.
Hey, don't touch that! It's mine! I plan to use it during the upcoming battle. Never touch a weapon that's not your own.
The Grand...
Look, I'm sorry for making things complicated. I've been getting looks from everybody. They hate me. I put my life at risk and foolishly offered our own army. We need that army for our final attack on Balteus. Everybody thinks I've condemned us to death, but it's not true. This situation is super complicated and their vision is so narrow. I wish this didn't have to happen right now. Especially after that moment we shared on the boat. I'm guessing that this is it for us. Isn't it, Monarch? Wait, seriously? Thank you. Oh, I was so scared you'd cut things off. I really value our bond, Monarch. I swear. I knew we'd be able to push through this. The fact that you sided with Draku convinced me. Even in all the confusion, we still see eye to eye. We can work together to take down Vivian, and we'll also work together to keep our forces safe. It's the best possible decision. I know it, you know it. I know this whole situation is really confusing. To be honest, I don't even know every little detail. But as long as we all trust each other, it'll work out. Thank you so much, Monarch. I know there isn't much time, so we need to get going. But that's all I needed to talk about. I'm good to go. We'll make it through this. I know it. You may not understand, but I promise you will. Just give it time. I know I'd happily give you all of mine. After this battle, we'll have a long chat. There's so much I need to tell you, but I just can't right now. I promise that at the end of the day, this will all make sense.
So, the battle is about to begin. Both teams will enter the Colosseum on opposite sides. When we meet in the middle, chaos will ensue. This chaos will involve the death of many people. I hope that you've said your potential goodbyes, Monarch. I'll do my best to support you, but I need to focus on my own safety. Besides, I think you'll be fine. I've heard rumors of that sword you're carrying. If I get into a pinch, I might even count on your support. That is, if we even run into each other out there. It's a big arena, and it'll be full of soldiers. Let's get going. We're on the other side.
Do not worry. We will aid you in this battle. If you stay by our side, you will see no harm.
It is unlikely that these bodies will perish. After this, we will also protect you in Balteus.
Allow us this chance to repay you. You gave us life, and now we can be of use.
Don't worry, we can do this. We only have a few more seconds, so get ready. If this is like any other battle, it'll only last a few minutes.
See? I told you we picked the right guy. This'll be over before you know it, and we'll be the winners. After this, our attack on Balteus will be a cakewalk. I know it. Stay back, Monarch! Let them get things started.
No, this is the perfect time to charge. The cover of chaos will help us catch them off guard.
Right! Hey, Monarch, you okay? Monarch!
Going after my champion, huh? Vivian's men must have a death wish. Here, Monarch, let me help you up.
Now!
Stay close. If we can get through this, then we'll win. It looks like this was his plan all along.
Yeah, this strategy reeks of desperation. Get us out of this, Monarch. Use that blade if you have to. There's no way he has more up his sleeve. Not after this.
Sorry. I can't have you getting in the way. I have to do this, Monarch. Please forgive me. Give it up, Pro. This is what I was meant to do. Changing Alarinthia means everything to me.
I can't let you win, Ulrich! We need Dracu's strength to take down the Triumvirate! You can always come back and change things after the war!
Never!
Are you really willing to die for this? Think about what Dracu can help us accomplish!
If the choice is between fighting alongside Dracu and death, then yeah, I'm willing to die for this, Pro. But I have to ask, are you willing to kill me in the name of my enemy?
Yes, of course!
If you're willing to kill me, then do it! Show me that our friendship means nothing to you!
But we're family!
No, that's just an excuse you made up.
Why are you saying this?
Because I don't believe you're willing to kill me. But I stand here, ready to kill you at a moment's notice. That need for friends and family to be loved, that's your weakness. All I've ever wanted was to change this nation for the better. You, Tomek, the Monarch, you're worth less than pawns to me. So I'll give you one chance to kill me. Take my life, or lose yours.
Ulrich, stop! Ulrich, I'm sorry.
He's waking up.
We were so worried, Monarch. We didn't know if you'd recover. Ulrich did some damage. Your nose is broken, but if you give it time, you'll be totally fine.
So, what's the next step?
With our alliance finalized, we need to head back to Museo. After some swift preparation, we'll launch the assault on Balteus. This is it. We've come away from this with more soldiers than ever.
The Triumvirate would not expect us to recover this quickly, but here we stand, stronger than ever before. We can win this war. We would advise not mulling over this sacrifice. It secured us victory.
Yeah, Ulrich might not have sided with Dracu, but he sided with us. We're still going to secure the future he was fighting for. Alestia's future. He was a dear friend, and this loss will give me more power, more resolve.
A good outlook. Wasting time to mourn could cost us this entire war. We must make our way to the docks and meet with Dracu. Focus on the things that are within our control, Monarch.
So, should we just start walking to the docks? Let's make sure to stock up on lots of water. The journey back isn't going to be any easier.
Whoa, hold on a second here. Before we go, I have a question to ask. Pro, why did you do this? You could have waited and went after Vivian. Hey! I asked you a question, you coward!
Fortim.
I know we have an alliance or whatever, but who cares? We lost one of our friends. Why is nobody even sad?
We'll have plenty of time to grieve after this war is over. We've lost plenty, and I'm sure we'll be losing even more, but if we give up and mope around, we'll lose everything. We're not forgetting about him, Fortim. We just have more important things to focus on. Let's get to the docks. We can talk more on the trip home.
That's part of the problem, Valessa. I don't even know what home is anymore. It was Valenorth and then Museo, but everything around us is getting destroyed. And I thought home was being with our friends. But now they're dying, Valessa. Fine. Forget I even said anything. But we were betrayed, plain and simple, by one of our own. It may have gotten us an alliance, but it's still a betrayal. And in my books, people like that deserve to be punished. So you can push this aside or whatever, but I won't. This is a crime that needs to be answered for.
Well, I guess maybe venting like that could help. Let's just get it out of the way while we're walking, alright? Every moment we waste makes our enemy more prepared. Well, it's time for a brief break. Let's get some water and then head back to the docks. If I remember correctly, this means we're halfway there.
What do you want?
Look, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. You'll understand one day, I promise.
Trust me, I can tell that you're not sorry. There was no remorse on your face when you killed him, and even now, I see no hint of sadness on your face. Forget it.
I'm serious, Fortim.
So am I! Just leave me alone, Pro. we'd be better off without you.
Fine. You win. But don't say I didn't try.
Come on, Monarch. You have my back in this, right? What happened was way out of line. I know that everybody is focusing on the war right now, but I can't do that. This is just too much to take in. What should I do? Are you going to forgive this? Good. Then that means we're on the same page. It's just so hard because of how close we are. But why should a friend get a free pass to commit murder? Everyone else seems so lenient. Are they just going to forgive this? He should be punished, just like any other criminal. Shouldn't he? All right. But just take my advice. Don't do it while everybody is still in shock. Let them process these events and form an opinion.
Draku, there you are. Happy that you're still in power, I assume?
It went exactly as expected. We're ready to aid your attack on Balteus. I'll personally lead my army in the name of your monarch.
Wait, you're leaving Alarinthia? Will everything be fine in your absence?
Yeah, it'll be fine. I wouldn't worry about it. Vivian's defeat has made him hide his face in shame. I don't think anybody else will challenge the throne anytime soon. At least not in the next couple days. The attack is happening soon, isn't it?
Yeah, within a day or two. After we get back to Mazea, we need to wrap things up. When we sail to Balteus, we might not be returning.
Have a little optimism, Domek. If anybody can slay a team of gods, it's us.
Gods? Don't make me laugh. You know just as well as I do that they're weak, like us. The true power rests with the one who can wield that blade. Terribly sorry to intrude, but I need to have a word with the monarch. If you'd be so kind as to give us some privacy, I'd be forever grateful. A hostile greeting. I don't blame you. You're only treating me the way I treated you. So after this hostility, I expect mercy. Remember, if it weren't for me, you'd be dead. I submit to your authority. Restrain me any way you wish. I only want to talk. When you get back to Mazeo, we can go our separate ways.
Draco, restrain this man immediately. Take him to the brig and make sure he can't escape. Do it before he tries to start anything. He's unarmed.
Once we set sail, come and talk to me, Monarch. I have some information that you might want to hear, including the true identity of the mole among your forces.
Sorry about that, but we need to get things moving. If we stay here any longer, we might get found out. And Sophie definitely can't hear what I need to say. Everybody, come here. I've been keeping a secret from all of you. Well, not just me, but hold on, you'll see. Hey, you can come out now.
It's about time. Hiding in fright isn't really my style. Sorry to worry you, everybody. I really am.
Yeah, putting on this act was getting hard. Let's get on that ship and tell everybody our secret.
Hey now, cut that out. It's nice to know that you missed me, at least. But we should get going before they know I'm still alive.
Yeah, if they find out we cheated, they'll invalidate the victory. I know you want an explanation, so let's talk about it on the ship. We should set sail right away so nobody catches on to us.
Wait, you cheated? How are we going to break this news to our new partner? If they find out, they might just break off our alliance.
It worked out in their benefit, so I doubt they'd care. Let's get going. We'll explain the story on our way home.
I'm so confused.
Don't worry about it, Domek. We made it out of this without any casualties, really. A few members of the reserve forces died, but that's it. Thankfully, none of the Monarch vessels fell in combat. We have more strength than ever before. That's what matters. Attacking Balteus will be as easy as the snap of a finger.
All right, then, I trust you. But you better have a good explanation for this. Let's get going, everybody. We have a long voyage home.
Cheating is not something we agree with. Such tactics are what our current enemy employs. This journey seems to be changing all of your values.
But he's still alive. That's great news. I was really freaking out. I didn't know what to do. Don't tell me you think it would be better if he was dead.
Maybe. Means to an end, we suppose. The enemy likely thinks the same way.
Let's go find out what they have to say. I'm also curious about that other man we restrained. There's so much going on right now, I can barely think.
Yeah, I want to figure everything out. I was worried we'd be attacking Balteus without all of our friends. But to know he's still alive? I can't even begin to describe the relief.
Whoa, it's not that bad, trust me. But it's definitely the biggest score of my life. I mean, swindle an entire nation? Amazing! It all started after the attack on our HQ. Domek cheated death, and we rose from the ashes. Then, we were going to Alarinthia, where I knew we'd be fighting. So I thought, what if we could cheat death again, but to our advantage? There was so much room for error that we stepped in to even the odds. I knew that Ulrich would side with Vivian regardless, so I went to him.
I didn't want to work with Pro at first. It seemed like a plan doomed to failure. Could we really cheat an entire nation, right in front of their own eyes? Obviously, it sounds impossible, but Pro was pretty insistent. He came up with a solid plan. I'd fight with Vivian, and he'd fight with Draku. If we were both on opposing teams, we could throw the battle in any direction. So that's what we did. We ensured victory for the side the Monarch chose.
It was easy enough to manipulate Draku. I mean, he thought he was the one manipulating us. But it was my plan all along to fight by his side. After that, all we needed was this. Along with some chaos and acting, they'd believe the battle was over. The chaos, of course, was the moment the Monarch used the blade. We pushed you toward using it so we could have our opportunity.
That's really all there is to it. None of you could know until it was already over. If information was leaked, everything would be for nothing. You're free to come back to Alarinthia, but we might stay behind. It was just in our best interest to get away before they figured things out. So yeah, a new alliance, minimal casualties, and a great story. I'd say this was an all-around success, wouldn't you?
Yeah! I can't believe we really pulled it off! I think this might just be my masterpiece.
That might be the coolest thing I've ever heard. I knew you were a swindler, Pro, but this is crazy. You're using your skill to shape Alestia's history.
And Ulrich, I never knew you were so good at acting. You really had me sold there. I almost can't believe it. It felt like something was up, but to think it was this?
Almost puts my strategizing to shame, I have to say. So what's the next step? Is it just smooth sailing now? I imagine our chances of getting caught are pretty low.
You should probably tell Draku what really went down. I doubt he'd mind, and at least he wouldn't find out another way. In the meantime, we need to have a word with our new prisoner.
Right, I'll tell him while you do that then. But I think we've also earned some much-needed rest. Let's take the day off and meet back up here in the morning. That is, if it's okay with you, Monarch.
Sylvia's in the brig, right? Can't believe he surrendered, just like that.
And I heard him say something about a mole? Let's go talk with him, Monarch. You deserve some answers.
Yeah, let Domek pamper Draku for the time being. But before we head to the brig, look behind us, Monarch. It's starting to look like an impressive army, isn't it?
My, I wasn't expecting an entourage. Should I be flattered or concerned for my safety?
Explain yourself, Sobi. I'm seconds away from throwing you overboard.
Again with the hostility. Look, I don't even really know what I'm doing here. It just felt like the right thing to do, given the circumstances.
What circumstances?
Back when we attacked your HQ in Mazeo, my goal was to kill your friend and retrieve the blade. I failed both objectives, and the Triumvirate punished me.
I see.
You are correct. I found out that the Triumvirate...
Expect us to believe this? Sobi, you're nothing but a mindless slave. The monarch survived because of his strength.
See, Ulrich? You're always so paranoid. Listen to your friends before making snap judgments. I have a lot to say, so you better learn to trust me again.
Don't count on it.
So, what did you want to tell us? Around here, you need to earn your keep. Ulrich was serious about throwing you overboard.
Well, this is where it gets complicated. I still consider myself a servant to the Triumvirate. But Halen? Well, I want nothing more than to see him fall. I'm not here to hurt any of you. Not this time. As you can see, even though I broke out of my binds, I am playing nice. Right now, all I can offer is information to aid your attack on Balteus.
And why would you want to help us take down the Triumvirate?
Doing so would involve taking down Halen as well. He sold me out and got me into this whole mess.
Okay, and let's say we take down Halen. What then? You'd be reinstated as Inquisitor and just stab us in the back.
You speak as if people aren't capable of playing both sides. Either way, I don't know. I'd make my choice when the time comes.
What makes you say that so easily? You've served the Triumvirate for your entire life.
No, not my entire life. They welcomed me with open arms when I was young and broken. Now here they are, inflicting the same wounds they had promised to heal.
Is that supposed to make sense to me?
No, because it barely makes sense to me. Now, Pro, will you let me say what I have to say?
Sure.
If you want to take down the Triumvirate, you'll have to enter their chambers. I've never seen them leave, and I don't expect that they ever will. I always thought they were hiding, but I don't think that's true. There's something at the back of their chambers. Something off. It's like a spirit idol, but the very sight of it fills me with fear. I'm not sure what it is, but I have a few theories about it. I think that maybe it's their source of power. But I'm probably wrong, as that seems to be the trend lately. Either way, its destruction should be your top priority.
A spirit idol in their own chambers? But those are conduits for the monarchy. It makes no sense that they'd keep one close by. Their main goal was to destroy all of the idols. Nice try, but I'm not going to believe any of this. Let's go, Monarch. We'll ditch him in Mazeo.
Visions of the Triumvirate's chambers.
When were you going to tell us about this?
I'm not finished yet. I suggest that your attack focuses on entering their chambers. There, you could take down both them and this dark idol. However, you would have to fight your way through Halen. And that's where my next piece of information comes in. Halen may seem just like you and I, but he's not. The Triumvirate created him with that blade. He was made to be the perfect soldier. He would always serve his masters, no matter what. Little did I know that loyalty was stronger than our friendship. He promised not to tell them what happened, but the moment we got home, he sold me out immediately. He lives under the Triumvirate's thrall, a true mindless slave. You must never let them get their hands on that blade again. They aren't limited to suits of armor. They've mastered it enough to create life. Of course, their first test was Halen. They needed someone trustworthy enough to serve them. I think they did it to ensure that nobody else ran away. My previous master, the former Grand Inquisitor, defected. I trusted Halen and the Triumvirate. They all betrayed me. But there's your information. I'm sure it will help you out. A possible weakness and the true nature of Halen. With that blade, you could even give him freedom. It would release the spell that the Triumvirate has put on him. Of course, that's not how I'd like things to play out. I would prefer it if you let me kill him, Monarch. That is all I ask for in return. I won't get in your way. If you grant me this, I would be further in your debt. So, do you trust me? Good. Because there's two more things to talk about. And now that I've earned your trust, you have no reason to doubt them. I saved them for last because, well, it involves dishonesty among your ranks. Well then, do you two want to tell him, or should I?
I guess it's time. I'll go first. My allegiance is with the rebellion. I can promise you that. But that wasn't always the case. It's all in the past. Ages ago. Sylvie is trying to harm our trust with ancient information, Monarch. I knew this was going to happen. You'd earn your trust with a couple of interesting facts and then attack. This is subterfuge. My past has no bearing on my current loyalty. But I knew this secret would come out sooner or later. That's the real reason I sided with Pro to cheat the Colosseum. You'd know my loyalty was with you, no matter what.
Delaying, as always. He's scared of you, Monarch. He knows you might throw him away.
No, the Monarch would never do that. Not after what I did for our cause in Alarinthia. So go ahead, Sobi. Watch your plan crumble and fall. Grand Inquisitor Ulrich. That was lifetimes ago. Ancient history. He's using a dead past to try and hurt us, Monarch. I realized that the Triumvirate was my true enemy. That's when I decided to join the rebellion. You really thought this would work, Sovi?
I never said I was intending to hurt you. This is merely information that might help you in Balteus. Ulrich has inside knowledge, Monarch, and he can wield the blade. It's your choice if you let this information hurt you. But in your situation, I would be relieved to know. Now, there's no need to keep any more secrets. Go on. Tell the Monarch, Pro. It's time for him to know, don't you think?
So, I guess I'll start from the beginning. My parents abandoned me. They didn't die in the occupation like I tell everybody. I've always wanted to know one thing. Why? None of my searches gave me any useful information, so over time I grew more and more desperate. One day, the Triumvirate reached out to me. They said they knew the truth about my parents, but in exchange, they wanted me to give them information, details about the rebellion. It seemed like a harmless exchange. But over time, they started to ask for more and more. I gave them so many secrets, but got nothing in return. It wasn't much longer before I quit. I had enough of their lies.
But the damage was already done, wasn't it?
Yeah.
What was the last thing you leaked to them, Pro?
The location of our new HQ. The tunnels. It was a good hideout, right under their noses. They'd never find it, unless somebody told them.
That's right. Pro is responsible. His leak enabled us to attack you in Mazeo. All of those lives, the blood is on his hands.
No! Like I said, I quit. They lied to me. They knew nothing about my parents. All they wanted was somebody gullible enough to serve them.
It doesn't change what happened, Pro. Now, Monarch, how do you take this?
Hey, I proved my loyalty. Just like Ulrich. I put my life on the line to serve the rebellion. There was no guarantee we'd survive the Colosseum. Look, I made up for what I did. All those lives we lost, we got them back, and more. Our Alorinthian allies will help us win this war, hands down. So much dishonesty in the air, wouldn't you agree? I want you to look at your comrades and then look at me. Unlike them, I've been nothing but honest with you. I would rather have an honest enemy than a cheating friend. That's part of why I wanted to talk with you, Monarch. I know that we can be open with one another. Very well. We're meeting on the deck come morning, then? I'll make sure to be on my best behavior. I respect you, Monarch. I always told myself that I'd serve the rightful rulers of this world. It just seemed like I was also lied to by the Triumvirate. Just like Ulrich. Just like Pro. We're victims here. All of us. I may have realized it late, but was it too late? I guess we'll see. Very well. It's only fair. Have a good rest, Monarch. My name is Sovi. I am, or was, the Grand Inquisitor. I no longer serve the Triumvirate. I was betrayed by my apprentice. He sold me out, forcing my masters to place me in exile. They threw me away. Everything they ever told me was a lie. I thought they were Alestia's rightful rulers. But then I figured out that this wasn't true. The heir to the throne is the monarch. I am a victim of their tyranny, just as you are, all of you. I hope you understand.
I'm still at a loss. I don't really know what to do with myself. But coming here to meet with you and the Monarch seemed like a good idea. Last night, I also revealed some information that could help your upcoming attack. I just need to know that I belong somewhere. Attacking the Triumvirate will involve taking down Halen. We share a common purpose, at least until he's taken care of. After that, I really don't know. I've always pledged my loyalty to the rightful ruler of Alestia. Logic would dictate that I now serve the Monarch. But I don't know. The Triumvirate can throw people away at the snap of a finger, but I'm not like that. What they did was hurt me almost beyond repair. I will help you attack Balteus and take down Halen. You have my word. But after that, I don't know what will happen. In that sense, I am both an asset and a liability. If you want me to leave, then that's what I'll do. When we get to Mazeo, you'll never see me again. That is, unless you want my help. I can offer valuable intel. It's a gamble for both you and me. I don't fully trust you either. But hopefully I've earned a sliver of trust with the Monarch. If he vouches for me, then hopefully you will as well. That is all. My fate is in your hands. I have nothing more to say.
I honestly didn't expect this, but nothing has been normal lately. I'm willing to give Sovi a chance. I did the same thing with Grizz. His defection marked a turning point for our cause, a big one. If he can help us out, then I think we need to accept it. And if he turns against us, then he's easily outnumbered. The potential benefits outweigh the potential risks.
This is clearly a trap. We request that you deny his assistance. He's alone now, but he won't be when we arrive in Balteus. If we give him information, he'll turn on us once we get there. Surely we aren't the only one who thinks this way. An alliance with our enemy mere days before our attack. It's too convenient. Sovi is playing us for a fool.
I'm with Hal on this one. We can't work with the enemy. This is the man that killed you and burned down Valinor in your vision. I know it was a trick, but the man is the same. He's a trained killer. For that reason, I can't accept his offer. Fortune, you're with me, right?
I don't know, Valessa. I think everybody deserves a second chance. We all had that moment when we turned against the Triumvirate. Why is it so hard to believe that Sovi might have that moment? He worked so closely with them. He's seen their true nature. He has more knowledge on them than anybody else in our army. It makes sense that he'd come to the same realization as us. I mean, sure, it took a while longer, but that's because he served them. When you remove the excuse of loyalty, it can become pretty clear. That's why he didn't fully realize things until they put him in exile.
Yeah, I'm with Fortem. Everybody deserves a second chance. We've all been there before. We've all made a wrong decision or two. And there's no better way to make up for it than doing the right thing.
Sovi isn't concerned with doing the right thing. He's a liar, plain and simple. There's no way we can trust him. He'd turn on us the moment we arrived in Balteus. That's a guarantee. Letting him close to us now would only enable him to gather information. If he knows our strategy, he can counter us with the Inquisition when we arrive. It's a death sentence, Monarch. Don't be foolish. We've come too far to risk this.
Well, Monarch? Very well.
Finally, we are ready to attack Baltius. The liberation of Alessia is at least within our reach. Baltius is a few days away by sea, so we can plan on the way. Right now, the preparation you must focus on is that of a goodbye. Spend time with your friends, your loved ones, because this is the end. Once we set sail for Baltius, we may never come back. A hard fact to face.
I don't think there's anything left to say. Finish up your business, and we'll set sail when the monarch demands it. Act under the assumption that you only have 1 or 2 days before departure. I don't want to rush anything as important as a goodbye, but every moment we waste is a moment for our enemy to prepare. I trust that we'll find a happy medium and embark without regret.
We know this place. The fatal cold, death within an hour, no chance of survival. Not like Alarinthia's deserts. We let criminals handle their own end. A mercy. Because of this, it became a very mysterious place. We started to wonder what was out there, if anything. However, until now, we had no way of finding out. This cold, we feel nothing. It wouldn't harm us to venture forward. Perhaps now is the time to solve this mystery. How fitting that we would be the first. A monument to death. An execution ground. Monarch, we would like to take a brief break. Unlikely. We would be shielded by our spirits. They may die, one by one, but we would endure. At the end of it, we would remain largely unchanged. Besides, we were not asking for permission. Do you not share the same curiosity as us? We thought so, too. Something about great minds. Perhaps there will be nothing, or perhaps not. It is something we will never know until we try. Already, we can feel our power dwindling. The spirits inside come forth to keep us warm. We will hurry and return with minimal damage. We don't understand. For a while, there was nothing, but then we saw something interesting. East Crown is ice. There's no water anywhere. It doesn't make any sense. We saw a ship, crashed, broken, frozen among the ice. A ship sailing in ice. This is backwards. But we think that perhaps this is okay. Backwards, just like our thoughts. The future, or perhaps the past. This new outlook changes almost everything. Do not worry, Monarch. We were harmed in no way. As we said, spirits inside kept us warm. A self-sacrifice that helped us brave the cold. A noble end. We are lesser now, but only slightly, and it is an interesting feeling. What we saw in East Crown is of no real importance. However, it has conjured up a spark in our minds, a spark that we must discuss promptly in Mazio. There are some final matters to take care of before the end. Thanks for coming here, Monarch. If anything, it benefits us. I'm sorry if this wasn't what you expected, but that's not always a bad thing.
So, this is Valinor. I've heard stories, but never been. Well, unless you count that vision the Triumvirate tricked you with. I must apologize for that. I knew what was going on, and I played along. It's not like I could have done anything else. Valinor was too far away. That, and they still had me under their thrall. I was theirs to command. At least I was able to break free. I feel bad for Halen. I truly do. I need to ask, what did you think of me? The moment we met in that vision, Who was I to you? A mindless slave? A killer? Or perhaps a man who was lost? Excuse me? Please, don't make jokes like that. I'm being serious here, Monarch. You should be serious too. I really hope the weight of our cause doesn't rest on someone so childish. A post office? I haven't seen one of those in ages. I couldn't travel much when I was younger, so I collected stamps. The drawings of places around Alestia. That was the closest I ever got. But the art never really matches up with the place when you see it in person. I remember collecting the Balteus set and being shocked when I actually got there. It's not really a good or a bad difference, it's just interesting to see how they compare. That's not really something I'd like to talk about right now. Do you mind if I go inside and buy some really quick? It won't take too long, I promise. Just wait for me. Thank you, Monarch. You know what it's like. Sometimes you just need to do something. This is the first time I've truly been free, so I almost couldn't resist. I'll save these, and perhaps we can write each other after the war. You'll be incredibly busy, so I can't expect to earn a lot of your time. I'm not sure how to respond to that, so I won't. Let's focus on more important things for now. You could use some training, couldn't you? Anything to give you an edge in the upcoming battle. I have years of practice, so I can teach you almost everything. We shouldn't stay here too long, though. Schedules and all that. If we start training while we travel, it'll be more efficient in the end. We can't waste too much time before setting sail for Balteus. Wonderful. Normally, I'd call you an apprentice at this point, but I'm past that. I need to drop the behavior that the Triumvirate taught me. So, you're not an apprentice to me. You're a friend, and I'll help you. So many useless items. People actually buy these things. Back in Balteus, I got used to having the bare minimum. Anything more than that is a pointless luxury, a waste. Yet, I must say, some of it does have a certain appeal. There were some very unique writing utensils. I might look into them. Not that I fancy myself a writer or anything. They just caught my eye. Would you follow me into that alley, Monarch? I think we need to get away from all of these people. Stop it! That's not what I meant. It's about that blade. I know a trick or two. I think I can teach you while we have a moment. I couldn't tell you. It's a mystery, even to me. Perhaps they stole it from the monarchy before they took over. I've heard that they had visions too, much like the blade can supply. If that's not the truth, then perhaps they made it themselves. But I'm starting to think they either stole it or stumbled upon it. Stealing isn't above them, as we've all been made aware of. This is probably the first trick I should teach you. You have to be near the blade for it to work, but it's useful. Disarming your enemy is a viable tactic in battle, so be ready. They will try to take the blade away from you because of its power. Go ahead. Hold out your hand and reach for the blade. Not with your body, but with your mind. See if it works. No, never close your eyes in battle. Did you not learn anything about combat in Valinor? If you did that in a real battle, you'd be dead in mere seconds. Now do it again, and look me in the eye. I have no use for you if you can't follow directions. Try harder, like your life depends on it, because when you need to do this, it will. I guess you need a little incentive. So, it's your fear that powers you. I was the same, until I mastered my fears. Then the blade responded to my willpower, my resolve. It can learn and grow just as much as you can, Monarch. If you learn to remain calm in the face of battle, you'll do fine. Without fear to rely on, the blade will find something else. What that is, however, is different from person to person. I'm eager to see what kind of person you become. For now, let's continue on our way. No more wasting time. When we have another moment together, I can teach you more. I already had my doubt when we launched this attack. If only we had our fight a little bit earlier, I could have prevented this. Touching that blade at the same time as you, that was the catalyst. I don't think you knew the truth of the monarchy at that point. It's almost as if they were calling out to me, trying to change my stance. Well, I suppose it worked. I stand here ready to repay you for my sins. But we mustn't waste time on talk like that. Focusing on the past stops you from seeing the future. That's what is truly important, your assault on Balteus. So, I guess I'll be teaching you 2 lessons this time. First of all, focus on the war. Don't waste time with being friendly. I've seen you and your comrades. That bond is dangerous during battle. We can't have you taking a sword for a loved one. You are this world's future, Monarch. You need to be smart. Feelings? They cloud judgment. I know this all too well, and so should you. And in your situation, it is best to rely on things that serve you without hesitation. A friend with emotional stakes may not follow every order. That is a major flaw. Their blade, however, and the beings it can create, will cater to your desire. Normally, the blade requires a sacrifice and the energy within to power that armor. But there is so much energy within you. I wonder if you could do it by yourself. Imagine an entire force of honor god soldiers serving you. Such power. The Triumvirate is right to want that blade back. In your hands, it is a threat. And it makes sense why they'd want you dead, too. You are the monarchy. Take out that blade for me, Monarch. Let's see if you can do what I think you can. It responds to your will, your desire. Think of it as an extension of your body. A new muscle, ready to be trained. Hold it out toward those scattered pieces of armor. See if your resolve is strong enough to give them life. That's all it takes. A spark in your mind to ignite a flame. Disappointing. It seems as if you can only use the blade while under duress. I suppose that's not too bad. We'll be in Balteus soon enough, after all. At least now you know what to do. Follow my directions and you'll be fine. There won't be enough time for you to master your fears. You might have to embrace these dangerous situations in order to prevail. But that blade is so powerful. I'd do whatever it takes to harness that power. I'll see you around, Monarch. Feel free to keep practicing if you feel the need. This is going better than I expected, to say the least. So, did you manage to get any more practice in? Or were you just going to improvise when we got to Balteus? Both are good options given the circumstances. I'm just curious. That's good. The more the better, that's what I say. But at the same time, you're limited. I trained my entire life. If you only have a few days, don't expect anything substantial. Being down here has made my mind race almost non-stop. I mean, what I did to you and your family is unforgivable. Yet here we are, trying to move past it. letting me atone. The most important thing on my mind is why? Why did you welcome me with open arms after what I did? I feel like anybody with common sense would have put me to the blade. Well, I guess it worked. I mean, look where we are. If Ulrich can redeem himself, then surely I can as well. He did far worse things than I, but look at him now. Well, that's all I really wanted to talk about. If you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Good luck with everything, Monarch. You got me a gift? Really, you shouldn't have. I was looking at these in the town square. It means a lot to me that you did this, Monarch. Anybody else would have just went on with their day. I don't really know what to say, so I guess I'll take that as a sign to stop talking. Thank you for thinking of me as a friend. Truly. That's more than I can say about everybody else I know. In fact, I don't think I've ever gotten a gift before. From anybody. Not even my father, who these pens reminded me of in the first place. But that's a story for another time. I'm here to help you, not bore you with sad tales. Perhaps we can talk more before we set sail.
After we returned, I got talking to the pirates. You know, to pick up any information on our parents. It turns out, this is their base of operations. Their HQ. Kind of funny, isn't it? We both ended up having HQs in Museo. But, to be honest, that's where I'd like the similarities to end. The more I learn about them, the more I hate them. They kept running off to Museo and left us in Sales's hands. Now that I think about it, he raised us more than they ever did. I guess they were more interested in this life of piracy. It's awful. I wanted to come here with you to face the truth. Our parents were bad people. There's no denying it. They wanted this to be their legacy, rather than us. Look at all this junk they valued more than us. Weapons, money, more money, and lame scrolls. Maps to some far-off treasure and riches, I'm sure. sorry for going off like that. It just makes me really angry. We idolized them for so long, thinking the world lost good people. But to realize that maybe the world is better off without them? It's hard. Anyway, thanks for coming along with me. I just thought it would be good to do this together. I don't know how Fortin would handle it, if I'm honest. You know, I realized I'm different from all of these rebels. They've been living oppressed in the shadow of the triumvirate. But it was never the triumvirate that held me back. It was always myself. I wanted to be a person who could make my parents proud. I wanted to do what society demanded of me. I wanted to be perfect. But this is a real wake-up call. Nobody is perfect. We're all flawed at heart. To realize that and embrace it, I think that's all I needed to do. I feel like now I can be who I want, and not who other people want me to be. It feels like such a small thing, but a different perspective can change a lot, you know? Well then, wanna take a look around? If we can find anything to help us in Balteus, then it's not a total loss. I'm sure there's something around here that we can take along with us. Hey, look what I found! I think I remember these. Back when I was a kid, I swear I saw them. That means they must have belonged to my parents. Or my mother, to be exact. Just an intuition, so I can't say for sure. But I'd be willing to bet that my hunch is correct. Did you find anything good, Monarch? What do you say? Should I keep them? Might come in handy when we attack Balteus. Make them my own, huh? I think I like the sound of that. Well, I guess now I need to focus on the important stuff. What kind of person do I want to be after this war is over? I'm no longer held back by anything, so I guess my dreams are the limit. And as long as we're talking about dreams, I never would have dreamed that we'd become this close. We've gone through so much together and become so strong. You're part of the reason I was brave enough to face my past like this. But with my past taken care of, I'd like to look toward the future. And if there's one thing I want the most, it's for you to be a part of it. You know, I keep thinking back to that dance we had. I felt so special. There were so many eyes on us, though. I felt kind of restricted. I mean, I wanted to kiss you. That's what you're supposed to do, right? At the end of a dance, of course. I think it's tradition or something like that. It's just that I guess that does it then. All this time, and I only had to ask. I'm glad to finally know how you feel for sure. Should we head back then? I guess you have other things to tend to. Truth be told, I needed this. Thank you.
Well, I guess this is it. I can't leave for Balteus with any regrets. So I'm finally going to do it. I'll climb the Grand Tree. And with someone like you, no less. Think they'll talk about this in the history books? I mean, I don't think anybody else has done this before. Here, you need to put these on like gloves. There's another pair that goes on your feet as well. After that, we just climb. We don't need to find footholds. Being able to create them ourselves? Now that's a good invention. I gotta give credit where credit is due. Mizaians know what they're doing. Don't tell anybody, though. These might very well be under the trade ban. It looks way taller than I remember. I'd try to give you some advice, but I don't have any. With those tools, this should be pretty easy. At least, I hope. Just don't fall, Monarch. I don't know if you could survive something like that. I've fallen from way shorter trees and been in pain for months. Well then, got everything ready? Let's find a good starting point and do this. And don't forget that there's a kiss on the line, so let's consider this a race. Are you ready? I bet I'll be the first one there. Scared of heights? Make sure not to look down. I, for one, love the view. This is part of why I do it. Hey, no fair! I was taking a breather. Didn't think you'd be the type to play dirty. can't believe we did it, Monarch! And of course, I had a feeling that I'd win. Never think you can rise above the Master. Look at that view. I know we can't see the village, but these leaves? I never thought I'd get to see them up close like this before. I've only ever seen them when they wilt and fall off. But being up here and seeing them fresh? Wow. I wish I could take some with me, but I know I can't. You know, this doesn't feel like I thought it would. I thought it'd feel amazing, like I'd become a different person. But I feel just like I did before. I guess that's how things go, huh? Oh well, at least that's one more thing I can cross off my list. A bit anticlimactic, but I don't really know what I was expecting. Maybe it's like Eastcrown, just the allure of the unreachable. You know, this is a bit different than that back alley in Mazeo. I'm glad that we have more privacy, now we could do this together. When we first left Valenorth, I had no idea we'd become this close to each other. Not that it's an unwelcome change. Trust me, I always thought about this. But back then, a scribe in training dating someone like you was frowned upon. Look how much has changed. The entire world is nothing like we thought it was. You know, I used to come to this tree and listen for the spirits. I thought that if I listened closely, they might talk to me, you know? But they didn't. And now I know what that silence truly meant. All of us were held back by the triumvirate. But now we're strong, and unified in purpose. I know that together, there's nothing we can't do. And it's all the more special because I have you by my side. You're the man that I love, and there's nothing that can change that. I'm following you to the ends of the world, to the highest reaches of the skies. And I'll have your hand the entire time. I wish this moment could last forever, but that would be selfish of me. We have stuff to do. Thankfully, we'll always have this memory. It's perfect. Well, should we get back down to the surface? I don't want to waste much time up here. We're busy and all that. It means a lot to me that we could share this moment. I'll never forget it. So, what's next on the agenda? You know what? Never mind. You do you. I'll be around if you need me for any reason at all.
Okay, Monarch, you're not going to believe this. I got some information about my parents the other day. After pulling a few strings, I was able to set up a meeting. As far as I know, it's just my dad. I think my mom was under the weather or something. But at this point, I'll take whatever I can get. I'm so excited! I'll finally get to ask him what happened. Do you think I have any brothers or sisters? Wait, don't answer that. I'll keep my hopes low. I almost don't believe this is happening. For the last decade, I've had eyes and ears everywhere. People run around Mazeo gathering information for me to sell. I prefer to do all the work myself, but anything extra is a huge benefit. I'm good at selling, so they provide the info, and then we share the profit. When we got back from Alarencia, one of them had a bunch of stuff to share. And one of them was the one piece of information I've been waiting to hear. My parents were alive. And living in Mazeo. All those years, and they were so close. I bought the information from him myself. I paid more than I have for anything else in my life. But you can't put a price on this kind of stuff, you know? My future and my heart is on the line. This is a big deal. I hope we don't have to wait too much longer. I'm nervous. I guess he's running a bit late. It happens. I can't hold it against him. Any moment now. I guess I should have expected this. You know, I thought I'd give them the option. They could come meet me when they were ready and willing. Other than that, my only option was to just march into their home. Of course, my courtesy just ends up stabbing me in the back. He said he'd be here, Monarch. He said he would. And I trusted him! It's not fair! Why don't they love me? I just wanted a family. More than anything, I want to belong. It hurts so much that they don't want me. I want to know why they threw me away. It's all I've ever wanted to know. That's why I do what I do. I don't know if I can live the rest of my life without knowing the truth. I just don't know what I should do. let them go? I know, you're right. I've tried, but it's really hard. What happened here today might change things, though. After everything I've tried, maybe this is the wake-up call I needed. Thanks, Monarch. So, should we get going then? I guess you have a lot of things to do. Given that, I'm really glad that you came with me. I don't know how I would have handled this alone. Having you by my side, it makes me stronger. And if there's anything I need right now, it's strength.
Sorry, it's just an old prank I used to pull on Sylvie. I'd take the blade from him when he least expected it. I guess it has a time and place. Sorry if I startled you. I came here because I assumed you wanted answers. Learning I was the Grand Inquisitor must have been a shock. I'm glad you have a clear head. You could tell that I've changed. But you deserve to know what I was like before I changed. In order to hide from my past, I haven't exactly been honest. But I wasn't lying to you. It was more like I was lying to myself. There was a man named Ulrich in Alarinthian legend. He pledged to change the nation, just like I always have. The barbaric way of running things was too much for him to bear. A lot of the specific details have been lost to time, but it goes like this. He was young, and his parents wanted the same thing, so they fought for it. They died in the arena, and Ulrich couldn't handle it. He ran away from the nation. But he pledged to return one day, and change Alarinthia for good. The ideals passed on to him by his parents still live on to this day. That's likely what inspired Vivian to launch his own insurrection. Of course, the story that's handed down is never really the truth. To put it bluntly, I'm the same Ulrich. It's been so long, it's hard to believe. I'm sure you had your suspicions, so I just came here to confirm them for you. My parents hated the way the nation was run. They passed that hatred down onto me as I grew up. But they got older. Before too long, they were decrepit. They could never change anything. So the burden was passed on to me, a rising star in the Colosseum. I never fought for leadership, just regular tournaments, but I never lost. One day, I guess the Triumvirate noticed how strong I was. They approached me. They told me that if I left Alarinthia behind, they'd train me. They'd give me the power to return one day and change everything. I was young and naive. I agreed without hesitation. I wanted to serve our gods. But before they accepted me, I had to prove that I was truly ready. Serving them would involve leaving everything behind. It'd be a fresh start. They devised a test for me, to make sure that I was truly ready to devote myself. They made me kill my parents. In their eyes, it told them that I was truly ready to leave my old life behind. Because I was young and stupid, it made a twisted kind of sense in my head. I did what they told me to. But as they died, I told them I was making their dream a reality. I was caught and exiled into the desert. That's how I became a Sixer. I survived the trials, was branded with this tattoo, and showed my worth. Their test was over. They took me over to Balteus and made me their servant. I served them by weeding out insurrections and ensuring they remained in power. After what seemed like an eternity, they came up with the idea of giving me an apprentice. That's when I met Sobi. They preyed on his weakness and naivety much like they did mine. We worked together, traveling the world and killing the Triumvirate's enemies. Eventually, I realized that they weren't good people. I defected and joined the rebellion. If the timeline seems confusing, it's because it is. We're talking about millennia here. They gave us the gift of immortality. Well, they called it a gift. We would never succumb to old age, and mortal wounds would easily fade. I felt unstoppable, like I was the king of the world. Nothing could get in my way. But after a while, I realized it was a curse. It's crazy how much your perspective can shift so fast. Taking the dream of immortality into real life, it became a nightmare. They knew what they were doing. They were creating slaves. Using that blade, they gave us what they deemed eternal life. I know we can use the blade too, but we can't reverse it. That should have been the first sign. I thought we did this willingly, but we really had no choice. It was all or nothing, an ultimatum. The biggest red flag. I've had this curse for far too long. It's made me a bad person. I no longer seek love, because everybody I love is just lost to time. I no longer seek happiness, because it's never permanent. Never. These fleeting emotions may mean a lot to you, but not me. It's an endless cycle of building myself up only to be cut back down. I thought I'd be like this until the world rotted away. Until I met you, that is. Someone who can use the blade. Someone who can lift the curse. And after all we've been through, even someone I can grow old with. Please use that blade and give me my life back. I don't want to belong to them. I think I want to belong to you. Thank you so much.
I can't thank you enough for coming with me, Monarch. There's not many people I trust this much. I'm really glad I have you. Until today, I've only had dreams about doing this, but now I'm strong enough. And honestly, it's all because of you. I give a little credit to my near-death experience, but not all of it. You've grown into a capable leader and led us all down the right path. This is where town meetings are held. They don't happen very often, but they need a big open space. There's a lot of people in Museo, so everyone deserves a chance to attend. A lot of bodies in one place. That's just what they needed during the occupation. This is where it happened, Monarch. The stuff with my mother. You may notice a crimson tint on the ground here. This is where they piled the bodies during the attack. So much blood. So much carnage. Permanently stained. Just like the memories in my head. As hard as I try, I can't just scrub those off either. Every other night I wake up in a cold sweat, crying. I feel the lingering touch of her hand against mine. Then, the moment she goes away, it makes me feel empty inside. There's nothing left to feel, except all those corpses pressed against me. A warmth that slowly dissipates, leaving me cold and alone. I had to stay under them until things died down. Almost a whole day. The moment I could, I got out and took her pendant along with me. It's all I have to remember her by, but perhaps that's why I can't let it go. How can you move on from something when you remind yourself of it every day? Just the thought, of course. But after all I've been through, at least it's a thought with merit. Let's keep moving. I'll show you exactly where it happened. Just stay close to me, okay? This is hard. Well, this is it. Would you sit with me, Monarch? We might be here for a while after all. It was right here, I think. You never really forget, you know. I hope it's not weird to sit here with me. Coming here to face what happened. I needed to do this. But now I'm not sure what to do next. I mean, with the pendant. Do I leave it behind? Just like my memories, or do I hold on? I'm sure someone will just come around and steal it anyway. But maybe that's for the best. It can be somebody else's burden. I think I've grown tired of carrying it around for my entire life. However, I also don't want to regret doing this. I could be acting rashly in the face of our final battle. It wouldn't be the first time somebody has done that, you know. Look at me. The world is at stake, and I'm worried about this. You know what? With everything you've done for us, I trust you. What do you think I should do, Monarch? Take it or leave it? Besides, I'm a bit biased here in almost every regard. Your head is more clear than mine, so it's worth a shot. What do you think I should do here? You're right. I think this is something I need to do. It'll be hard, but I need to move on. I can't hold myself back. We're fighting to liberate our world and push forward, right? It's a bit hypocritical for me to do the opposite to myself. I hope whoever picks it up goes on to take good care of it. It means a lot to me, and I hope it can do that for others too. It's time for me to let go, Mother. This was always yours, I was just holding on to it for a while. I'll miss you always, but your sacrifice for me will never be forgotten. Well then, should we get going?
Monarch, we must speak with you. It's about our upcoming attack on Balteus. At least we think it is. Things have become complicated. We may be walking into a trap. This may be all part of the Triumvirate's plan. Take their blade, feed it power, and then bring it back. This may be what they've wanted all along. We've seen it. Everything we've done has only made their weapon stronger. They let us steal their blade. They wanted it to happen. They knew we'd bring it here, feed it death, and tap into the idol. But not only that, we're bringing it right back to them, stronger than ever. You may think we are wrong, that this is just a foolish theory, but we must only look into the visions to realize the truth. That, combined with some of your actions, like clockwork. It's almost like sometimes you have no other choice. You say or do things that push us down a certain path, but more often than not, that path leads us to death. How convenient, then, that the blade feeds off of death. In your hands, it has gotten more powerful than ever before. But what force, what invisible hand, guides us down this path? It's quite simple, but we were always looking at it the wrong way. Venturing into Eastcrown and seeing that ship made us realize that, when we approached things from a different angle, it all made sense. We've been struggling with visions of these different pasts. They seem to come out of nowhere and complicate things. Until recently, we only had to process visions of the future. At least, that's what we thought. But now we realize we've never seen the future at all. It's impossible to see what has not yet been written, but it is easy to see what has already happened. These visions of different pasts aren't as out of place as we thought. You were told you had visions of the future, and chose to believe that fact. But they are not visions of the future. They, too, are simply different pasts. The key to all of this is the Blade of Exodus. It's a constant in every vision, but the power within it varies, even when it shouldn't. There are inconsistencies. Even if we have a vision of the same situation, the power inside the blade is different. The Triumvirate has some sort of dominion over time. That much is clear. They possess the ability to grant their subjects eternal life, like Ulrich and Sovi. We need to operate under the assumption that this ability can be used in other ways. Mainly, in a way that could be used to strengthen the Blade of Exodus. They could create a cycle full of death and despair that we are unable to break. When the cycle reaches an end, they could revert time and gather that power all over again. The visions of the future you thought you were having, they aren't what you thought. We believe they are visions of cycles in the past. Perhaps cycles where we have perished. Did your visions of the future involve your death in any way? Think about this, Monarch. Those were visions of past cycles, Monarch. Cycles where we failed. When we look at it like this, these different pasts make perfect sense. We've been looking at them all wrong, that is, until just recently. It seems that we retain some prior knowledge from these cycles. Perhaps that is why we act in certain ways, as if we have no options. In the back of our mind, we're pushing ourselves in the same direction. We think the Triumvirate is manipulating time. They are doing this in order to make the blade even stronger. The occupation, the formation of the rebellion, and the attack in the tunnels. All of those casualties simply serve to give the blade more power. We have no doubt that many will perish when we assault Baltius as well. But when the time comes, they can simply make it happen all over again. It makes sense when you think about it, especially with these tunnels. Those suits of armor knew exactly how to fortify this place for your army. They must have retained their knowledge and adapted each and every time. But only one question remains unanswered. Why? Why do they want to make this blade even stronger? What is their endgame? What do they desire? It is very possible that we are walking into a trap. That is, unless the blade has enough power to defeat them. Their plan, if it's as I expect, is a double-edged sword. An infinite cycle created specifically to power the blade. There must be a cycle, a prime cycle, where we have the power to defeat them. A point where the blade is strong enough for us to win, but not yet strong enough for them. All we can do is hope that we've reached that cycle. The power in that blade is immense, but is it enough? Hopefully you understand what we are trying to say. The reason we see these things is because of the energy within us. It makes us sensitive in a way that others are not. We are both special, but I don't think visions are the only benefit of this power. There is more. Perhaps you see a flash of events that are happening elsewhere. Perhaps you can relive a conversation that has already happened. These echoes of past cycles manifest themselves in many ways. But when we look at it this way, everything makes sense. Everything has an explanation, and nothing is left up in the air. The only question is, do you believe us? Do you think we are correct? Good. We knew you would see the truth of things. This was an impossible matter to discuss with anybody else. We are special. And now we finally understand the reason why. The Triumvirate is up to something. That much is clear. If it aligns with our theory, at least you will be able to act. Getting caught off guard would damage us beyond repair. That is not something we want our monarch to endure. Be prepared for anything, for the enemy will stop at nothing. If you can do this, then perhaps our victory will be more likely. We find this army quite impressive. So many people are willing to fight for our cause. Let us hope that the rest of the world accepts your rule. We thought you deserved a break, so we took action. Your energy is best conserved until we reach Baltius. You needn't worry about stalking or manning the ships. By the way, we made sure we're all in the same boat. You and your closest comrades, together in these final moments. We thought it fitting, since this is the end of our long journey. We think it may be time to board the ship, Monarch. Leading by example is a good idea. Too many people just standing around. If we show that we're ready to leave, they might take it as a sign to hurry up.
Hey now, don't leave without me. Or at least let me say a few words before you do. I've been thinking a lot since we last met in those tunnels.
We know this one. He was there by the idol, blinded by his quest for redemption, if we're not mistaken. It is unlikely that he knows the truth of what is going on here.
Of course I do. I know about the monarchy as well. Damek told me everything when you got back from Alarinthia. It turns out we were all looking at things the wrong way. At least, I know that I certainly was. I thought that my death in those tunnels would redeem me, but now I know that my fate lies elsewhere, in Balteus. At first, I was furious that you denied me my redemption, but when Damek came to see me, I looked at it differently. I was meant to survive those tunnels and help your final attack. What do you say? To the Triumvirate's fall? Mazeo can rest with Lilith for now. Thank you, Monarch. Let's put the past behind us. Honestly, I think all of us want to forget about those tunnels. I promise that from here on out, I'll maintain a clear mind.
I'm glad that they put us all in the same boat. I must say, I've gotten used to you and your friends. Being placed anywhere else would be pretty uncomfortable. I just wanted to tell you that I gave Hal some information. He's forming a plan of attack as we speak, so it definitely helped. When it comes to Balteus and the Triumvirate, I know more than anybody. But I guess he knows a bit about Balteus as well. I find it hard to believe that there's a legion of spirits inside of him. Crazier things have happened, I guess. It's just really interesting. If he survives the war, I'd love to learn more about the monarchy. You should study them as well, since you're next in line for the throne. It might be helpful to know what legacy you're carrying on, right? They might not tell your allies that I gave them this information, though. Not everybody trusts me, so it would probably just cause more harm than good. I'm not here to cause harm, so we all agreed it was best to omit a few facts. That's it, really. I just thought you deserved to know it came from me. I did promise information that would help your final attack, after all. If anything else comes to mind, I'll make sure to bring it to attention.
Hey there, Monarch! Glad to see you made it here. I'm happy we're all on the same boat.
Yeah, it makes me feel way better. If I was stuck with other people, I'd be worried, but in this situation, I'm not. I'm perfectly comfortable.
I'm just doing my best to hang in there. This whole life at sea thing really isn't my style. I can't wait to get back and settle down for good.
Knock on wood, Pro. Don't get arrogant before the final battle. This is a huge gamble. You need to give it your all.
Me? Arrogant? Never. Anyway, I need to take my mind off of this water stuff. How about we go sit in the crew quarters and play some cards?
Sure, but I think Hal is about to make a speech. He's been lost in conversation with Domek for a while now. I think I heard them talking about our upcoming plan of attack.
All right, I can wait. Maybe you should get over there, Monarch. I'm pretty sure that's something you'll want to be a part of.
Good luck, Monarch. I hope we get to spend more time together, but I understand if we don't get to. This is probably the most important moment of your life, so do whatever you need.
Yeah, as much as we need you, I think the world needs you more. Hopefully this isn't goodbye, but there's always a chance that it is. Since we're going to Balteus, we need to treat that as a real option.
Thanks for everything, Monarch. I think you have some planning to do, so I'll let you go.
Yeah, just know that I'll never forget our time together. If we play our cards right, then we can have more of that after the war. I know things have been crazy, but with you two by my side, it's been easier.
Hey, Monarch. We were just taking care of some planning. I think we have a pretty good idea of what we're going to do. Now that we've talked it out, I think our chances are great.
Dominic is correct. Our confidence has increased tenfold. Thanks to some last-minute information, we now have the edge. Hopefully we can keep that when we put our plan into practice. We would like to tell everybody what we're planning. If we stand at the head of the ship, we'll have a better platform to speak. They might want to hear from you too, Monarch, so be prepared. Here we stand, on the eve of our final attack. We know that many of you are wondering what is going to happen. We can share a bit of information, but the rest must wait until later. We should arrive in Baltius just as the sun is rising. When we do, we'll meet in a central location for one final meeting. It's important to get everybody up to speed before taking any big steps. Our first big step, however, is to secure the Grand Library. Holding the owner hostage, we'll station ourselves there as a new HQ. If you're wondering why we've chosen that location, our reasoning is twofold. We've learned that the honor guard cannot set foot inside the property. There's some sort of ward in effect, presumably so the owner can be alone. We're not sure why they require this, but we know they're important to our enemy. That is part of our second reason. With them as our hostage, we can extract information. We need every bit of intel we can get. Anything to help us in our next step, the final attack. While information is being extracted, we can use the safety of the library to rest and recuperate. After that rest, we will gather one more time and begin our final assault. This will be the end. The Monarch will lead a small team and infiltrate the castle, attacking the Triumvirate directly. The rest of us will lure the Honor Guard to the town square and fight them there as a distraction. With a distraction as large as we're planning, the Monarch should be unimpeded. He will kill the Triumvirate and destroy the large idol at the back of their chambers. We believe this idol to be of importance to them, so we must destroy it promptly. With the blade plunged into that idol, the Monarch will tap into its power. He will use it to deactivate the Honor Guard, and the suits of armor will crumble. At that point, victory is ours. We will gather in the castle atrium and count the survivors. As soon as we arrive, we will share this plan with everybody else. So, until then, we'd advise getting some rest. You're going to need it. That is, unless there's anything you'd like to say to us, Monarch.
Eloquently put, Monarch. Better than my own speeches, I have to admit. I could see just how much everybody looks up to you.
It was quite impressive, we must say. You're going to make a fine leader. We're sure of it. The greatest asset of any ruler is the ability to inspire hope.
And I'd say we have that in droves now. I trust that you're okay with our plan, Monarch. Sorry that we didn't have time to pass it by you first.
Good. It seems everything is now in order. Perhaps you should go and get some rest, Monarch. We will wake you if there are any matters of importance.
Yeah. We need you rested when we reach Balteus. You know our plan, and the pirates are about to set sail. There's nothing left for you to do. At least for now. What was your reasoning behind this again? I'm surprised the Triumvirate decided to play along with your plan.
They have to come by sea, and this is the main point of entry. If we leave from here, we can intercept them before they arrive. The plan is to thin out their numbers as early as possible.
What if this fails and they sink our fleet?
Scared of dying, are you?
No, that's not what I meant. It's a valid concern, Shane.
Well, in my case, I don't really have anything left to lose. Let me lead this charge myself, Halen. You can go back to the castle. You'll be needed there for a second line of defense, if they make it that far.
I trust that they won't.
Me too. Just tell the Triumvirate I'll be there soon. I have no intention of dying. Not to any of those weaklings.
You have a death wish, you know that. I get that you hate them, but don't throw your life away. The Triumvirate rewards service. Keep that in mind, all right?
Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I'll be back before you know it, so go and have a rest. Just wait, Halen. If they even arrive, you'll find that their hope is lost.
Very well. I can get behind that thought. Be careful, though. You're a good apprentice, Shane. I trust that you and the Honor Guard will do some real damage.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'll see you back at the castle.
Sure. You know, Sovi never let me do stuff like this. As his apprentice, he shut down almost every plan I ever had. I have to be better than him, though. I'm trusting you with a lot here.
Don't worry, I promise not to let you down. The rebellion ends today. You have my word, Master. And it all starts with that little figurehead of theirs. It's almost time, Seer. You'll be joining Domex soon enough.
Put that thing down, Monarch. It's not the answer to all your problems. It appears that there's been some complications. Domek wanted me to tell you that you're needed on deck. You'll see what I mean when you get up there, all right? And I just wanted to tell you that I know what happened in Alarinthia. I know that Pro and Ulrich teamed up in order to throw our fight. I haven't been that amused in ages, to be honest. It was wonderful. Vivian was obsessed with intelligence. Brains over brawn, that sort of thing. There's a beautiful irony in outsmarting a man who prides himself on his intellect. In addition to that, we sent a message to every Alarinthian. Those who wish to change our ways are doomed to failure. Others may rise up, in time. But for now, my reign is safe. And for that, I commend you. Good luck on deck. I think you'll need it.
We have no plan. Perhaps this is time for Dominic to shine. A master strategist. Is that not what your people say?
Hal, this is no time to be petty. We need to put our heads together and figure this out. Let's see. It's a small fleet, maybe only half the size of ours.
Naval warfare was not something the monarchy practiced. We lived in peace, Dominic. Our world was not discordant like this one.
Okay, I'll do it. We know this battle is lost if the Monarch doesn't make it ashore. So our goal should be securing the safety of this boat and the lives of those on board. This is when we need to rely on everyone's strengths. We need the pirates to take action. Nada, we need you to order your forces to charge. This is precisely why I wanted to form a treaty for battle at sea. I need you to occupy the forces. Distract them while we slip by.
Slip by? They'll notice you right away. Baltaine ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. 1 or 2 good shots and you'll be underwater in minutes.
That's what I'm counting on.
Excuse me?
We're going to let them sink this ship.
You can't be serious.
I have a plan, Nada. Everybody listen up. We'll time it so we're close by when they hit us. As we sink, we can hop over to their ship and hijack it. Using their own projectile weapons, we'll start sinking them one by one. Their attention will be divided. They'll be getting attacked from multiple sides. We can use that to our advantage. They won't be able to retaliate through the chaos.
A bold move, you know. Do you want me to send the order?
Yeah, we need to do this immediately. There's no room for error. This is the end.
Sure thing.
Dominic, we must say, that was pretty impressive. Hopefully now you realize that visions only hold you back.
Huh?
Look at what happened back in the Rebel HQ. You relied on a vision. You tried to fulfill some prophecy. In a way, that is limiting. You plan your strategy around certainties. But there are no certainties in war. Assume that the enemy is a counter for your every action. In this case, we should also plan for a scenario where the enemy prevails.
They won't, simply because we can't afford it. Any losses at this point would mean the end of our cause. Trust in the pirates, Hal. Trust in all of us. We can do this.
Everybody, listen up. The final hour is upon us. Our pirate army will be charging against the enemy fleet. While they're distracted, we'll slip in and hijack one of their ships. That means we'll be sacrificing this vessel, so don't be alarmed if they deal us a fatal blow. As we're sinking, we'll jump over and board the enemy. Their ships are equipped with projectile weaponry. Using their own ship, we will turn their weapons against them. They won't know where to focus, and we'll use the chaos to our advantage. If things go south, I need all of you to protect the Monarch. Without him, we will lose not only this battle, but the war as well. His life and the blade that he carries should be our top priority. Do I make myself clear? This is it. There's no turning back. Everybody, brace yourselves to charge! Hold! Hold! Fire!
This is it. Get ready to jump.
See you on the other side, Monarch!
You know, the Code of Honor states that a captain should go down with her ship. If it weren't for that treaty, I'd be ready to let myself die right here and now. I think my new nation will change things up a bit. No more stupid sacrifices. I have to thank you for what you've done, Monarch. Now, let's make this jump. There's still so much left to do. Hey, first one there gets more suits to kill. Don't want to keep them waiting, right?
A traitor? Not from where I'm standing. Domek abandoned me, and it's all because of you. He's a selfish fool. All he cares about is that stupid sword! I had a plan! We had a plan! And he threw it all away! The moment you walked through that door, he let you replace me! He left me to rot in the Triumvirate's prison because you were more convenient! You saw how many people died in your HQ during that little attack! If you couldn't wield that sword, you'd be buried down there with the rest of them! Domek didn't care about you or your friends. He only cared about your power. I was thinking long and hard about what I should do. You know, what was my place in all this? And I realized that if I served the Triumvirate, I'd receive the same power. It seemed fitting. End Domek's rebellion with the same thing he was relying on. I wish he could be here to see this. But you'll tell him the story, won't you? Not strong enough to take it back by willpower alone? Thought so. You're weak. See, I was blessed by the Triumvirate. All you got was worthless energy from the realm of spirits. Out of pity, too. Is that all you got? Impossible! No, you're the one on the wrong side! The rebellion is small and insignificant. Hundreds, standing in a world of millions. Even if you win, they won't respect your power. They're happy living under the Triumvirate's rule. Revenge won't solve anything. Just back down. I was hurt by the occupation and I wanted to fight. But I realized I was being greedy. And there was no point. It's not my happiness, my satisfaction that matters. It's the world's. You took everything from me! You were born with everything I worked so hard to achieve! They were my family, my friends, and you took them all away! I hate you! Tomek.
Oh, you're awake. This is good. When we found you in the water, we were starting to worry. We must ask what happened. And as we checked, you were right behind us. Interesting. Do not worry. We will keep your secret. It is unfortunate how strong the Triumvirate Thrall can be. If we win, at least no more good men will fall under their command. We've set up camp at a nearby shack. Follow us, please. I'll make sure to give you an update on everything once you're safe. A lot has happened while you were out, so there is much to talk about.
Good to see you, Monarch. I was worried. At least now almost everybody is accounted for. They're out there somewhere. We just can't find them. Don't worry. They're not dead. We haven't found their bodies, and trust me, we would have. A ton of them washed ashore. I'm just thankful that you didn't fall during the battle at sea. We're just going to wait around the shack until everybody turns up. You should probably use this time to relax. I know you couldn't before. Look, it's not a good idea to resort to negative thinking. We stand on the verge of victory. This is a time to be hopeful. I'll go and look for them personally, okay? You should go and relax.
Hey, good to see that you're still among the living. That was pretty intense, wasn't it? Sure scared me, at least. I'm not one for sailing or fighting, so combining both? Yikes.
Yeah, Pro was scared. Thankfully, I have strength for two. He cowered in the corner while I did all of the hard work.
Did not.
Sure. It's about Nada, Monarch. She's resting in the shack, in critical condition. I think we can nurse her back to health, but I'm not sure.
Look, it's probably best not to think about it too much. She's in good hands. We just need to forge on as a team. If it weren't for her, we'd all be dead at sea. This is a victory.
It was just important that we gave you a status report. I think once everybody gets here, we'll hold another meeting. Our strategy may need some adapting after these losses.
Yeah, go take a breather. You deserve it. Right now, our options are pretty limited.
It's not ideal, but he's right. All we can do right now is wait. Thanks for the chat, Monarch.
Hey, how are you holding up? At least that makes one of us. I almost died, but one of my men shielded me. That's the weight of power, I guess. Watching them die. It never gets any easier, though. Hey, can you promise me one thing? Give them hell for me, Monarch. If I die, I want to die knowing that we've won. Show them no quarter. They don't deserve it.
I never thought I'd see this place again. This is where I used to live, before I joined the Triumvirate. A simple shepherd, that's all I was. They said they saw greatness in me. But now I know that all they saw was a naive man ready to serve. They prey on the weak, on those whose minds can be warped. I'm a different man now, but perhaps my change came too late. I don't know if this is important or not, but Balteus has changed. It used to be a beautiful place, but now it's almost like it's dying. I can't put my finger on it, but something bad is happening here. So be careful, all right? We can't lose you, Monarch. But if it's within your power, I'd like to see Balteus restored. Placing your throne here and settling down would be a good idea. They made me kill my flock of sheep before joining them. They said it symbolized the death of my old life and the start of my new one. I felt awful, but I still chose to comply. I wasn't the smartest when I was younger. That's why I wear the skin of my favorite sheep. I called him Lassiter. I wore him as a tribute, but he slowly turned into a symbol of my resentment. Seeing him every day, that constant reminder, was part of why I defected. I couldn't live with what I did, so I sought redemption. Of course, you know the rest, so I won't bore you. Thank you for listening to an old man's ramblings. That means a lot. It really does. I want to see the triumvirate fall, even if it means losing my life. Giving everybody out there a happy future? Now that would let me rest easy. Of course, my survival would be preferable. I promise not to do anything too reckless. You have my word. That's all I can really give you for now. I hope that it's enough.
Sorry for taking a bit longer than you thought. We've never been here before, so we got lost.
Yeah, and it was even harder because you're keeping quiet. It's hard to find people who don't want to be found, you know?
Can't believe how cold this place is. It looks so uninviting, too. Scary, almost.
Yeah, hopefully we can change that. The triumvirate seems neglectful, but why?
The time has come for us to discuss what happens next. Until now, and due to a lack of time, we spoke vaguely, but we can delay no longer. This is what we have. We will need to push through the town square to start things off. Baltius is fortified by a large wall, so we cannot get to the library from the outside. This means that the bulk of the battle will take place within the city itself. However, we want to get to the library with as little resistance as possible. This is why we will have our monarch vessels go in and cause a distraction. If they can lure the honor guard away from the town square, we can slip in. The honor guard cannot enter the library, so we will set up camp inside. This shack is dangerous, so we should leave it as soon as we are able. Once we are in the library, we can relax and prepare our final assault.
And what will that final assault consist of?
We are glad that you asked. Here is a bit of what we've been thinking. Dominic, would you be so kind as to reveal our plan?
This is the main area of the city. Our goal is to ensure that the monarch has a clear path to the castle. That way, he can slip inside and kill the triumvirate with minimal effort. Hal and myself will lure the honor guard to the town square. This is where the bulk of the battle will take place. It shouldn't be too hard. With the added might of our draconic allies, we'll have no problem at all. Pro will sneak away from the town square and infiltrate the castle. His job will be to cause a distraction, luring enemies away from the atrium. With that done, the rest should be smooth sailing for the Monarch.
I'll go with Pro, if that's okay with you. I know the layout of the castle, and he'll need some backup. We can't expect him to hold off an entire horde of suits at once.
Very well. Grizz will accompany Pro. The two of them will have no problem clearing the castle. The bulk of the honor guard will be with me in the town square. Alright, that takes care of Hal, Pro, and myself. The rest of you will accompany the Monarch to the castle. Let's see here. I should have another map detailing our current area. The only way to approach the Triumvirate's castle is directly from the front. That is, unless you know a secret or two. This involves a hidden mountain pass. Using this pass, you can go around Balteus. It'll be much easier than sneaking through the city. Joining you will be Ulrich, Fortame, and Valessa.
Damek, if you'd let me join them, I could help out. Remember who tipped you off about this hidden trail? I can even use the Blade of Exodus if the Monarch is in a bind.
Alright, sure. I have no problem with that. Sovi will accompany the group headed to the castle. They'll split up when they get close. Let's see here. You should emerge from the mountain pass right beside the castle. Because of all the distractions, your path inside should be clear, but I need Fortane to do something special for us first.
Me? Special? What do you need me to do?
I'll have you climb the castle, scaling the outside walls. Your job will be to get inside and ring the bell of retreat. If you can find it, it should make the honor guard stand down.
Wait, seriously? All of them?
Yeah, all of them. I'm putting a lot of trust in you here. Do you think you can do this for us?
Of course! Climbing is my specialty. I'll have that bell ringing in no time.
Good. The rest of you will enter the castle from the front. Again, your path should be clear if all goes as planned. If not, well, you'll have to fight your way through. But I believe in you.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah, we can do this, no problem.
Glad to hear it.
That is all we've come up with. Does everybody find it acceptable?
Alright, let's go outside. We'll head to the Grand Library as a group. If we can get in there without trouble, the rest will be easy.
Sneak into the castle and lure everybody away from the main atrium. Seems pretty easy to me. The Monarch will have no resistance at all.
And if I can ring that bell, then everybody will be safe. All those years of climbing has finally paid off. This is gonna be great.
Look, none of that is going to happen if we can't take the Grand Library. We need to establish a foothold, a safe place to retreat to if things go south.
The city should only be a couple of hours away. We trust that you can all handle the cold.
We don't really have much of a choice, Hal. Let's get going. I think our goal is pretty clear.
This looks amazing! This must be a remnant of the monarchy, right? The triumvirate can't be this artistic. I know it.
Correct. This looks just as we remember it. However, Baltius wasn't always this cold. Something bad has happened to the nation.
Oh, I see. Like what?
We're not sure. However, it is probably due to the triumvirate. It pains us to see how much they've defiled our former home. We used to live in Baltius. It housed the throne and our ruler. To see it reduced to a frozen wasteland, it is almost too much to bear. Let us head inside. We need to see what else has changed over the years.
Monarch vessels, where are you? We don't have much time to waste. As soon as we get inside, you need to get to work. Lure the honor guard away from our path. Understood?
Yes, of course. Your path to the library will be clear. As soon as the fighting dies down, we will come and join you. This should be easy, so don't expect us to be far behind.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Let's see. Is there anything else to cover? Look, we're about to do something that's never been done before. We're seizing territory from the Triumvirate, right under their noses. Much like they did to Mazeo. We're about to occupy Balteus. But that does not mean we are like them. We do what we do in order to gain our freedom. They occupied Mazeo, wanting to oppress us even further. I want you to all remember that as we press forward, war can blur the lines between good and evil. But I know where we stand. If you know that too, then there's nothing that can stop you. You are heroes.
What have they done?
This is, well, I certainly didn't expect this. I'm guessing it didn't look like this in your time?
No. Baltius was a paradise. This is unacceptable, Domic. We must find a way to fix it.
Of course. There's no way I'll let this stand. It's a bit of a shock, but our plan remains unchanged. Secure the Grand Library, then kill the Triumvirate.
What's going on here?
This is disgusting. Look.
This is Alestia's fate if we leave it in their hands. They don't care about the land. They only care about themselves. This is proof enough that we're on the right side of history.
We suspect that this may be related to their dark idol, Monarch. Above all else, please prioritize its destruction.
Monarch vessels, come here. I think this is our best chance to take action. If that group is gone, our path to the library is clear.
Yes, sir. It should be easy enough to take them down. After they're dealt with, we'll meet you all in the library.
Good. Go around this building and attack from the other side. They'll be focusing on you, so we'll head in the opposite direction.
Perfect. Then see you at the library. If we don't make it, it's been an honor.
The Grand Library is right over there. We'll run on my mark, so just hold on. Now, go!
What's going on back there?
I don't know. Let's just hope it's going well.
Doesn't sound that way.
For the honor guard, maybe. Hurry up. We need to get inside.
Shouldn't we wait for the Monarch vessels? At this rate, it might not be much longer.
No, they can meet us inside. We can't risk running into more suits. That was just one group. I'm sure there's more.
Right.
Wait. The library seems fine. Why does it not decay like the rest?
I don't know, but I think this is a good sign. It means we can control or limit what's happening. Knowing this, we might be able to fix Balteus.
Or perhaps it's a bad sign, Domic. Maybe our enemy has the power to harm Alessia itself. How do you think we can stand up against such a foe?
Hey, let's get inside, alright? Maybe the librarian knows more about this. We shouldn't stand around in the open out here.
This is amazing!
I've never seen so many books in one place before. I wonder what they're all about. Should we take a look?
Maybe not. We're here for a reason, remember? Let's find the owner and see what they can tell us.
Actually, there's a chance that the books could tell us even more. The Triumvirate must keep them away from the mainland for a reason.
What do you mean?
The monarchy vanished in the blink of an eye. This we know for sure. People can be erased, but not culture. Signs of our time here would have remained.
So, you're saying...
Looking into the past is one of the best ways to learn. If we don't become better people, then we'll repeat the same mistakes. How fitting, then, that the old monarchy would focus only on the future. They wanted to guide themselves to the perfect future. If it was possible to get there, then no cost would be too high. In the name of a better world, they embraced corruption. Too often do we condemn others in our self-serving journeys. A bright future for the monarchy would have meant death for innocent worlds. The Triumvirate chose to step in, as they have countless times before, to maintain balance.
We know what the Triumvirate did to the monarchy. Hal told us. But like you said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. It's how we become better. If the option of failure is taken away from us, we can no longer call ourselves people. They can hide behind whatever reason they want, but they're wrong to control us. The ability to make these mistakes is our right, and I will not stand by while it's taken away. Corruption? Death? Nobody wants these, but without them, we might as well not exist at all. Restrain this man.
You will experience no resistance from me, but on the other hand, you'll find no help either. Do what you must, but keep the library intact.
Who are you? You know far more than most.
Just a hoarder of knowledge. A man who preserves the past rather than erasing it. In exchange, the Triumvirate gives me life and shelter.
Another one of their victims, you mean? Eternal life in exchange for servitude? Despicable. What atrocities did you commit in their name?
I created this library, a simple glimpse into the past. Everything the monarchy ever wrote is on these shelves. That was my job. Preserve the old history while creating a new one.
And what new history did you create?
I wrote about the Triumvirate and spread it everywhere. I made them seem like gods, like they were the creators of this world. As new life began on Alestia, they found my writing and believed every word.
Algus Veyer.
That is the moniker I assumed, yes. I'm happy to know that the name is still remembered.
So everything the people believe is a lie that you created. Why would you need to go to such extremes? This is insane.
Look at how you and your friends reacted to learning the truth. It brought you here, prepared to kill those who gave you life. The people must never know the true cost of their creation.
I don't believe this. Hal, get him out of our sight.
Well, at least he didn't put up much of a fight. I'd like to say that I'm shocked, but I don't feel surprised at all. This journey has been full of revelations. This is just another for the pile. It doesn't really change much at all. We still have a plan, but it'd be stupid to attack the enemy in the middle of the night. Let's rest until the break of dawn and meet in the front of the library. Remember that we're safe as long as we stay in here. Hopefully the rest of our forces aren't too far behind. You're all dismissed. See you in the morning, okay?
Where are we supposed to rest?
I'm sure there's private quarters around here somewhere. And if you can't sleep, at least there's a lot of books to read. After the war, we should give this knowledge back to the people.
Yeah, I agree. The Triumvirate can't hide this stuff forever. We finally have proof that nobody can deny. This is amazing. If we show them this, they'll accept our rule without question.
Yeah. Let's hope you're right. Have a good night, everybody. Shane stayed behind to lead the naval attack. He plans to trim their forces as much as possible. Like you anticipated, they're arriving by sea.
Good. Then things are going according to plan. We'll have you wait in the atrium for their arrival. This means that you'll be our last line of defense.
I consider it an honor, but I have to say, I'm worried for Shane. His chances of survival are pretty slim out there.
He knew what he was signing up for. If he killed even one of the rebels, then he was successful. Focus on protecting this castle, Halen. That's more important.
Yes, of course. I'll make sure no one passes the atrium. If they try, they'll fall as quickly as they enter.
Thank you, Halen. It's important that they have a false sense of security. Don't give them too much resistance until it's absolutely necessary. If they think they're going to win, they're more prone to slipping up. It's up to you to figure out when that moment is and take advantage of it. Even if it takes your life, you ought to prevent them from entering our chambers.
Yes, of course. My life for the Triumvirate. I'll fortify straight away and wait for their arrival.
Hopefully this time, things will be different.
We finally put the librarian to rest. Algus right. He certainly likes to talk a lot. Answers in the form of riddles. He simply stalls for time. It is rather peculiar, however, that he didn't resist. He won't help us kill the Triumvirate, but he won't stop us either. As we locked him up, he mentioned his true allegiance was to history. Whether we win or lose, it will still be his job to write about the aftermath. So no matter what happens, there will be a new history to record. An interesting habit. Living through others rather than yourself. There must not be much else to do in such a lonely place. We feel sorry for him, but there is really nothing we can do. He gave us shelter in exchange for silence. We don't, but it does not matter. He's locked up and unable to contact anybody outside. Any chance he had to intervene has already passed on. Our foothold is established. We've successfully taken Baltian soil, Monarch. While not our main goal, this is a major victory for all of us. Of course, we wanted to make sure you were comfortable. We can imagine that rest is hard to find under these circumstances. Might we suggest spending some time with your friends before the dawn?
This room is pretty cool, Monarch. Makes sense that you'd get it too. Must feel good, being royalty and all. I'm pretty confident. After hearing Domic's plan, I get to follow you to the castle too, so that makes me happy. You can trust me to have your back if anything bad happens. I've been practicing with those daggers I got from Mazeo, actually. They took some getting used to, but I think I can hold my own. Not that those suits of armor require much to take down. To be honest, I'm really scared that we might not survive. I mean, victory usually comes at a cost, but what will we pay? If I make it out of this without my friends, I'll just feel so hollow. Especially since I'm expected to lead Valinor after all this is over. Without you and Fortum, I just feel so lost in this world. You give me strength, and I'll be needing that strength. I really need to stop thinking so far ahead. This is the eve of our final battle. I should focus on that. Getting lost in thought on the battlefield would be the death of me. So, let's just enjoy this moment, shall we? This might be the last time we're able to hang out. I hate to tarnish it by freaking out and acting stupid. Well, at least I don't feel so alone anymore. Fortum is always so carefree, no matter what happens. Talking to him, you'd never guess that we could all die here. Before I stop being so gloomy, can you promise me one thing? It'll make me feel a lot better, and morale is what we need right now. If I do end up dying out there, I just want Valinor to be okay. Can you promise me that you'll find a capable elder to replace me? They don't have to share my views. I just want our home to prosper. Good. Then we can move on to better things. You know, I've been thinking about how far we've come. I've seen so much, and I feel like a totally different person. I wonder what would have happened if things were different? What if your induction ceremony wasn't cancelled? What if you never got that deceiving vision? Would we still be as close as we are right now? You know, that moment we shared in Museo was so special. Given time, I want this bond to grow even stronger. Do you? I don't want to rush this and do something stupid. Part of me wants to, given the circumstances, but we shouldn't. Let's just make a vow. We'll both survive and take things slow. I really hope we make it through this. Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me over, Monarch. I feel a lot better than I did just a few minutes ago. I guess I'll see you when we gather to launch the attack.
I'm gonna be honest, Monarch. I'm scared. Terrified. I don't know what's gonna happen. I mean, climbing the Triumvirate's castle? That's insane. Not to mention that the entire battle hinges on my success. I have those metallic claws, but I don't know how much that'll help. Their castle is probably made of stone, like this library is. What if I fall? What if I get shot by an arrow? If anything gets in the way, I might not be able to do this. I require extreme focus, you know. This is too much. Sorry to come here and panic like this. It could end up being our last night together after all. There are probably way better ways to spend it than this. You know, I've been thinking about what I should do after the war. And I think I want to move to Museo. I want to help the nation reform. It's been hurt so much, even by our parents. It deserves happiness. Valessa has her calling as the next Elder of Valenorth. I'd be your scribe, if visions weren't becoming a thing of the past. At the end of the day, it seems like the smartest choice for me to make. That is, if I don't die during the battle tomorrow. I know what you're gonna say. Don't worry, you'll be fine. I wish that were true. But it's not. We need to be realistic here. There's a chance that we could lose this war tomorrow. There's a chance that all of us could die. A really big chance. We're not immortal. We need to face the facts, not live in denial. They're all out here in the atrium with so much confidence. But I know that deep down inside, they're scared too. We all have something we're afraid of, you know? You know, it's not death that scares me, Monarch. It's the thought of never seeing you again that pains my heart. I don't want to lose you. I've never been so scared in my life. You can't be certain of that, though. Just like I can't be certain that I'll survive. All we can do is try, and hope for the best. So, promise me one thing. No heroics, okay? No grand acts of sacrifice. No trading your life. This world needs you after the war. I need you. The thought of a world without you is almost too much to bear. I love you. I'll always love you. I just hope we get a happy ending. After all we've been through, I think we deserve it. Don't you? I guess we'll find all of this out in a few hours anyway, right? It's almost sunrise, and the battle shouldn't be too long. Let's change the subject. I've worried enough. Oh, here we go! If we win, we'll have a huge party. A party that the world will talk about forever. We can give everybody Mazaean apples. Sweet! Then I can't wait. I'll let you get back to what you were doing, Monarch. This isn't goodbye after all. We'll be seeing each other again for sure.
So, I guess this is it, huh? You know, I always thought that I'd be ready, but now that we're here, I feel such apprehension. I know the layout of their castle based on past reconnaissance, but when we stole the Blade of Exodus, they weren't expecting us. They know we're here now. For us, this will be a purely uphill battle. Look at me, freaking out. I don't mean to bring down your morale. Let's change the subject, all right? Is there any wine in this place? Of course there isn't. You know, I thought it'd be a given. August is all alone, with nothing but his books and imagination. If there's any type of person who'd live off of wine, it'd be him. It's a lonely life being a writer. It really is. You pour so much emotion into it that you almost run out. Everyone thinks you're giving them the cold shoulder, but you're not. Writing is art. Nobody questions the secluded painter, you know? But the second you close yourself off to write, you're troubled. So many people see it as a joke of a career choice. I almost let that get me down when I was younger. They told me that a writer could never make a decent living. I could have easily given up, but instead, I created a legacy. And that's what scares me. Even when I give up the swindling life, that won't be enough. Everyone will remember me for who I was, not who I am. And let's be honest, I'm not one of the good guys. I stole secrets, sold them, and ruined people's lives. Look what I did to the rebellion. That's unforgivable. I think I might die during the attack, Monarch. There's no place for me in your new peaceful world. Even if I change, the harm I did will always haunt me. I know we want to be together, but it's difficult. You don't understand how many people I've wronged in the past. If they seek revenge, they might just target the people I love. And I don't want you to get hurt just because I was a bad person. I could turn a new leaf, but that doesn't mean my enemies will too. If we're together, you might always be a target. It makes me scared. Together? I just fear that the end is closer than we think. If this could be our last night together, what do I do? How do I press forward knowing that we might lose each other? Are you sure? I mean, I don't want to rush anything. I've never really done this with anyone before. You're right. I want this. And if we both survive, you'll still want me? We can put the past behind us and tackle the future? I've done a lot, you know, so your forgiveness means...
Hey, Monarch. I just wanted to come see you. We won't be getting much sleep tonight after all. I can't stop thinking about our visit to Alarinthia. You know, I broke your nose and I feel awful about that. But I couldn't let you get in the way and compromise our plan. It needed to come down to just Pro and myself. It was the only way that we could guarantee our victory. I guess I came here seeking forgiveness. I feel foolish, though. Your forgiveness was implied when you removed that curse from me. I mean, you wouldn't do something like that if you resented me, right? But still, having it implied, it's not the same as hearing you say it. And that's the thing, though. Forgiveness shouldn't come so easy. When you're on the throne, you'll need to learn how to punish. I lied to you. I hurt you. I shouldn't deserve your forgiveness. I guess what I'm trying to say is, you're lucky it was just your nose. In that moment, I would have done whatever I deemed necessary, Monarch. And given the opportunity, I would do it again. I would go as far as I needed. Do you still think I'm worthy of forgiveness? Who knows what I might have to do during the final battle? The fate of the world is in the balance. I can't hold back. As long as we're both on the same page, I expect the same from you. Don't hold back in any way. If I'm in danger, don't stop to help me. You have your goal. I know what I was getting into when you removed my curse. I'm vulnerable, for the first time in thousands of years. But while I'm vulnerable, I also feel alive, Monarch. It's amazing how much the possibility of death can motivate us. In some ways, that's what drives us to accomplish our goals. Without some sort of end, there's no time for us to seize. Thank you, Monarch. I knew you'd be strong enough to make the tough decisions. Since we met, I've seen nothing but a capable ruler in you. And that was before the attack on the Rebel HQ. Remember back in Valenorth, when we were at Peregrino? You've been leading this world for much longer than you think. And I have to say, I agree with your choices. Keeping Peregrino as a tavern? I thought about that for a while. Anybody who values alcohol that much is good in my books. When I look back on times like that, I realize how far we've come. Complete strangers to lovers. And it all happened so fast. I wasn't expecting it, but that's how I know it's real. Some people pursue love like it'll make them whole. But it's not right to place a burden like that on somebody else. I think you can only really enjoy love when you love yourself first. And that's what you helped me do, Monarch. It's like the more I know about you, the more I know about myself. And I don't want to stop learning. I want it for the rest of my life. I'm just grateful that now it's a life I deem worth living. If I don't lose it on the battlefield, then I want to spend it with you. Being able to grow old and say goodbye, it's an odd thing to desire. But when you lose the ability to die, you start to miss it. In fact, you can almost forget what it's like to feel alive. I did. At least until I first laid eyes on you. I'm going to quit while I'm ahead. Don't want to give away my wedding vows. This is actually some prime material, now that I think about it. Let's continue this after the battle, all right? Unfinished business is just one more reason to survive. In times like these, we need as many of those as we can get.
What a sight, Monarch. I assume this is where Algis would normally sleep, but he's not going anywhere in his current state. I talked to him for a while and he seems unstable. Years of serving the Triumvirate will do that to you, I guess. Even after I told him what Hal was, he still lives in ignorance. Well, maybe ignorance isn't the right word. He knows what the Triumvirate is and still chooses to serve them. You know, I wonder how the people will react when they find out. Algus knows and chose not to rebel or fight back. Maybe our victory here will be just the start of another battle. Not literally, of course, but we'll fight to show everyone the truth. I have to ask you something, though. If the people don't respect your rule, what will you do? Will you work hard to earn it, or will you demand it through fear? I suppose you're right, but don't lean too heavily on the side of fear. You don't want to become the enemy we're taking down. They definitely rule through fear, Monarch, but the rebellion isn't afraid to speak up and shut them down. Sometimes using fear just inspires others to contest your rule. It just makes me wonder who the Triumvirate really is. They aren't gods. I doubt they made the Blade of Exodus. There's a chance that they're just like us, using power to achieve their goals. And they say that power corrupts. You've heard that, right? What if they were just like us in the past? What'll happen next? Will we just go on to become tyrants that the people despise? Nobody starts their journey at the peak power, Monarch. The Triumvirate wasn't born into this role. They fought for it. It's even likely they took down foes of their own too. But what foe would that be? And what was their goal? What I'm trying to say is, I think the blade should be destroyed. Once we achieve our goal, we have no use for it anymore, right? If you keep it, you risk relying on its power. I don't want to see what that does to you, Monarch. Not if it's even anything close to what it's done to our enemies. I don't see any reason to keep it around after the war is over. So tell me, if you get the chance to destroy it, will you? I don't know if that's a good idea, Monarch. Whoever wields that blade will be led down a dark path. That's not a path I'd like to see you walk. I couldn't bear it. I just want to know what kind of hands the world will be left in. I'm just asking you these questions because I'm scared, you know? I might not survive the battle. I might not live to see your reign. I'd hate to lose each other, after how far we've come. But we're about to fight the Triumvirate, so it's a real possibility. All we really can do is launch the final attack with no regrets at all. And now I have my fair share of regrets, that much is certain. But with your help, I'd like to put some of them to rest. I wanted to do so back in Alarinthia, but I was scared. You know that I have this fear of physical contact. When I saw everybody on the dance floor, I got jealous. It seemed so easy, so natural for them. Why couldn't I do that? They all looked so happy together. It was simply magical, and here I am, scared. I'm denying myself the pleasure of that magic. If I keep doing that, I told myself, I'd die before I got the chance to feel it. But I want to feel it, Monarch. I want it more than anything. Why does the simple thought of it make me shake in fear? What did I do to deserve this? Why can't I be happy like them? You're right. I could never live with myself if that happened. I want to know what it feels like, just in case I never get the chance again. So, here we are, back in Alarinthia. That music playing in our ears. I love you.
They all worry. They fear that death will come for them. An understandable fear, however. This is the end of our journey. We will face more danger than ever before as we move forward. Algus, however, isn't making things any easier. He plants seeds of doubt in many of our soldiers, Monarch. Words are a writer's greatest weapon. A gag would be effective. He says that we are the true enemy, the monarchy. He says that if you knew the truth of our people, you would run. You would no longer fight for us, as we endangered innocent worlds. It is not true, however. His mind has been twisted beyond repair. But many soldiers are starting to doubt. What if he is telling the truth? Could they save their lives by switching sides in the final moments? The monarchy made mistakes, as any group of people do. Like Dominic said, mistakes are how we learn and grow. Bad choices, while bad, are our right as people to make. They cast us aside in a prison, taking away our ability to choose. And in doing so, they took away our ability to live in freedom. No matter our crimes, this punishment is far too severe. But, we must say, it was a battle that we lost fair and square. We were so focused on our own future that we lost sight of everyone else's. It doesn't surprise us that our perfect future came at the expense of others. If it leads to happiness in the end, how can you decide what cost is too high? This is the line that all tyrants seem to walk in the early days of their rule. Many have fallen to the wrong side, Monarch. We trust that you will not. We know that Dominic wishes to gift all this knowledge to the people. These books capture almost the entire history of the monarchy. This may not be a good idea. They may read of our mistakes. And those mistakes may just inspire future insurrections. We think it may be best to destroy the monarchy entirely, burn these books, and remove the spirits from this body. These books shouldn't exist at all, Monarch. We don't know why the Triumvirate keeps them lying around. If our oppression was their goal, then they should have destroyed them. Right now, they exist as a testament to our imprisonment. As long as they remain intact, they will be only a harmful memory. They should be destroyed. Allow my people and our history to rest. This is why we ask that you look toward the future, Monarch. Do not concern yourself with who we were, or what we were like. Order this library to be destroyed. Live life on your own terms. This started back during our journey into Eastcrown. This body could not survive the cold. The spirits inside helped, but in doing so, they died. We are weaker than we were back then. Weaker, but more in tune with everything around us. Almost like a weight was lifted from our shoulders. We would like you to lift this weight even further. Please, use that blade. Absorb the souls inside of us. Leave one behind. And let us feel what it is like to be alive. After the weight is gone from our shoulders, lift it from the world. You must absorb these souls and destroy the books. Only then will the monarchy be truly removed from history, as our mind will be better for it. So too will the world itself. You would not be killing us. We have long since been dead. It would be an act of mercy upon a group of oppressed people. We can no longer live. The Triumvirate stole that right from us. But if you can take our spirits and use it to power the blade, maybe it will give you the edge you need to win this yourselves. We may have lost, but that doesn't mean you need to as well. These spirits may linger, and the books may remain, but the truth of it is, we're dead. We need to be buried. Our very existence is born from a denial of that death. If you leave one soul, we will use this body to fight for you. We may fall in combat, but nothing of value would be lost. We cannot help our own people, so we must help yours. We understand if this is too much to ask, Monarch, but we think this is the right course of action for everybody. Don't be scared to hurt us. You cannot harm what is already dead. The spirits would be more useful in the blade than this body. But like we said, one can remain to aid you in fighting. What do you say, Monarch? What will you do? Thank you, Monarch. Do not worry about the books. We will talk to Dominic. But know that you made the right choice, and rest easy. Thank you. You did the right thing. If you'll excuse us, we have more to take care of. The final battle looms. There is much for all of us to do.
Good to see you, Monarch. I'm afraid there isn't much time to talk. We can't deny it. The attack has begun. The Honor Guard should realize that we're here momentarily. After that, this area and the town square will be a war zone. Anybody who has an objective elsewhere should be leaving.
Hey, Dominic, I was just about to leave.
With Grizz too, I presume?
Yes, of course. You know me. I'd never forget anything. You're in for the distraction of a lifetime, Monarch.
Hey, Pro. Before you go, it's been an honor serving with you. I hope I see you again after this is over.
Trust me, the pleasure has been all mine. And I don't plan on dying. Too much writing to do.
I guess you should get going too, Monarch. Don't worry, I have more protection than I'll ever need. Our rebel forces, the Monarch vessels, and the Draconic army. No matter what they throw at us, we'll be able to handle it. The true deciding factor in all of this is you and that blade. Be careful, rely on your comrades, and you'll win this for sure. I know you can do this. Now we just need to cause a distraction. All those suits should be focusing on me. If all goes as planned, you should find minimal resistance. Save your strength for the triumvirate. I think you'll need it. Anyway, don't worry about me. I'll have Hal by my side. Speaking of which, where is he? He should have been out here ages ago. Hal, what are you doing?
We've come here to destroy the Triumvirate and all that they stand for. Don't tell us you're backing down now that the moment is upon us.
No, of course not. I would never give up when we're so close. Come down here, Howl. Explain yourself!
The monarchy is dead, Dobak. Do not cling to memories like us.
Howl, stand down.
Stand down? All we've done is carry out our orders. Kill the Triumvirate and their supporters, correct? As their servant, Algus deserves the same fate. And we needed a beacon to lure the Honor Guard to the square. A beacon that no matter how hard they try, they cannot put out. Burning the library made sense. They are not permitted inside. Do not mourn for what has already been lost, Dominic. The Honor Guard will be here in just a few moments. Preparing your army would be a much better action. The battle for Alestia has begun.
I don't believe this.
Drastic measures must be taken in order to ensure our victory. The righting of a long-dead culture is a small price to pay. You should be on your way, Monarch. The time is now. Do not forget Sovi, either. He volunteered to accompany your group. Make use of the knowledge he has on Balteus.
Hey, be careful, okay? I want to see you there when we regroup in the atrium. If all goes as planned, you'll be seeing me there too.
Right, Halen. It seems they seek to deceive us. But it's nothing we haven't seen before.
Deception? That seems to be their strength. What will you have me do, Masters?
Man the atrium. Stay in the castle. We shall let them exhaust their forces for now. When they come here, you can finish them off.
You mean to fall into their trap?
Doing so would make it our trap, Halen. Besides, their deaths will feed the blade even more. We need it as strong as possible when it is brought back to us.
For what reason?
Do you doubt us?
No, of course not. I was merely curious, that's all.
Then your curiosity will have to linger. You have your orders, Halen. Now see them out. In a few hours, everything should be over for good.
Yes, whatever you say. When they arrive in the atrium, consider them dead. I will paint the walls with their blood, or else besmirch them with my own.
Thank you, Halen. Now be on your way. We will send the honor guard to the town square to weaken them. There is no time to waste. The end of everything is upon us. The end. Or perhaps another new beginning. Steel yourselves, brothers. You know what's coming.
All right. How can we lure them away? Think, bro, think. You can do this.
Not so loud, Pro. We need a plan before they find us. Let's look for something we can use as a distraction.
That'll have to do. Come on, Grizz. Let's do this already. Hopefully the Monarch isn't too far behind.
No, not that side. It leads to the dining hall and a dead end. You'd only be signing your own death warrant.
Hey! Over here! Perfect. Now we just need to make a trail. Come on! Don't let us get away!
How many do you think there are?
Not enough.
Well, at least you're confident.
They're getting close. Be on your guard, Domek. I'll have my men protect you and Howl.
Yes, of course, I appreciate it. I'll be watching their backs as well.
It reminds me of the drums in the Colosseum. Before every fight, they'd put on quite a show. Nothing got my blood pumping more. Trust me.
Then we trust that you'll perform admirably. Show us that siding with you was the right choice. Every step we've ever taken has led us to this moment.
We'll give the world something to sing about. Trust me, they'll tell tales of this battle.
It appears that we may be outnumbered. But remember, those things aren't known for their smarts. Each one of us could easily take down 100 or more.
Let's hope that you're correct.
It appears they want us to make the first move. Probably so they can counter. That makes it easier. Just anticipate it, and come up with a counter of your own. We fight to liberate those stuck under the Triumvirate's thumb, in the name of all those who have fallen, and all those who will come. A new future will dawn here today, one of happiness and peace for all.
Domek, it is time.
Yeah. This is it. Charge!
We're almost there. It won't be much longer. As soon as we turn the next corner, you'll see the castle. This is probably the best place for Fortem to leave our side. I know his task is dangerous, but I'm sure he'll be fine. I've heard nothing but good things about his ability to climb. I'm more worried about what will happen to us in the castle. I normally hate relying on others, you know. In a bind, I can only really count on my own skills. But you and your friends have started to change my mind. We're pressed for time, so I won't draw this out any longer. Just know that I'll have your back in there, as I'm sure you'll have mine. If we make it through this unscathed, I'll know it was a team effort.
Whoa! This is so cool! That statue! I've never seen anything like it! Ulrich, what is it? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, Alestia wasn't always fully mapped out. This is an artist's depiction of the draconic people. At least, a depiction made in fright during First Contact.
First Contact?
Imagine being the first mainlander to arrive in Alarinthia. The people there reacted with hostility, attacking almost instantly. He was an unlucky man, and he fled almost as quickly as he got there.
That sounds awful.
Yeah. When he got back to Museo, he told everyone his story. But his account wasn't right. Fear can warp anything you see. Even when he was proven wrong, the design still stuck. They're often used to scare away potential visitors, so it makes perfect sense that there'd be one in a place like this. It's guarding a shortcut that leads right to the Triumvirate's home.
Well, it's not gonna scare me away. I have the most important task of all. I promise you, I'll make it through this. You better be in that atrium waiting for me. No way we're failing now. This is the end. Never forget that I love you, Monarch. Even if all else seems lost, that will never change. Whatever happens next, we'll handle it as a team. Well, I guess I should get going. I need to take a different path than the rest of you. I'm not used to being on my own, but I'll manage.
I guess we should go too. The sound of all that fighting is really scaring me. One side has to be winning, but which one is it?
It's best not to pay it any mind. We have our own task, Valessa.
Right, of course. Wanna lead the way? We're going to win this. I can feel it.
Stay behind me. We can use this bridge to our benefit. They can't get around us or sneak out from behind. It's almost like a funnel. It should be easy. I know, but don't worry, these things have bad aim. Just grab one of those suits and use them as a shield. They'll wear out their numbers by killing their own.
Quick! Grab one! Fortem! Look out! Quick, run along the side of the bridge. It should be wide enough to use as a path. Get back there and take out those archers.
Huh?
Monarch, did you do that?
Thanks for stepping in like that. My sword arm was starting to get a little tired. Come on, let's get going. We don't have much time.
Oh no.
Just our luck.
You need to go.
What are you talking about?
I said you need to go. Get inside the castle. Help Fortem kill the triumvirate. Just do it. Let me keep them occupied. I'll fight them off.
Valessa, that's suicide.
We don't have any other option. The Monarch needs you and Ulrich.
No, I'll stay and fight. I know how those things work.
This isn't up for debate. You need to go. Now. Is that an order? Then I guess I have no choice. I love you, Monarch. Never forget that. I'll see you in the atrium when this is all over. Come on! I could do this all day.
Pro, what weapons do you have?
Daggers. My favorite. Up close and personal.
So, you've fought these things before?
Yeah, plenty of times. It'll be a piece of cake. Trust me.
Right. Be mindful of where you stand, Pro. If this hammer is good at anything, it's crowd control. I don't want to hit you while I'm fighting off the enemy.
Yeah, got it. I'll stay low and out of your way.
Ready?
Let's do this.
So, this is what I was meant to do.
Huh?
Back in Mazeo, I was ready to throw my life away. You know, to atone for what I did in the Triumvirate's name. I'm glad that I didn't. I was meant to end them, not myself.
I'm glad you made the right choice then!
No, not me. It's all thanks to the Monarch.
There's too many of them! We need to do something and fast!
There's nothing we can do. Just stand your ground. Keep fighting.
Howl, watch out!
Status report, Draku. How are your men doing?
Not good, unfortunately. There's just too many of those suits, Howl. All we can really do is wait for that bell to ring.
And if it doesn't?
Then we die with honor. We fight to the bitter end.
Do not give up so easily, Draku. You rule Alarinthia, the strongest nation in the world. You cannot afford to return home with stories of lost hope.
Then let's find it again, and fast!
We cannot stay like this forever. They'll find a way to outsmart us. Draku?
Sorry, just needed a breather. I haven't had a fight like this in ages.
I'm afraid that we must part ways, though. The same strategy is only effective for so long.
Yes, of course. That same tactic won me many Colosseum battles. Good luck, Howl, and take a few out for me.
It can't be too far away. How high up does this castle even go?
Wow. I haven't been to this place in ages. It doesn't look any different, though. Just as uninviting. You want to go right up those stairs, Monarch. This is it. Hey, not so fast. You should let me take point. I know the layout of this castle and where to go. It gets a bit confusing up there. Trust me on that.
Lots of stairs. I hope you're okay with that. And be careful. We don't want to fall into a trap. This place is massive. It would be easy to ambush us.
Ambush? No, I don't play cheap, not like Sophie. I'd merely like to call this a welcoming party of sorts. An ambush is unexpected. Surely you knew I'd be here.
Halen, don't you think it's time you gave up? You've been bound to their will, following orders for so long. Let us remove that curse. We can give you your freedom back.
Freedom? Huh. I don't need freedom. I exist to serve the Triumvirate, and that is final. You did too, but you threw it away in your folly. You stand in the realm of gods now. It is time you spoke with your resolve. If it is strong enough, then you will find me. And if it is not, then you will perish. So do it. Show me the determination of your rebellion. Speak against your gods and see how they answer.
Ulrich, put away your sword.
Huh?
Don't you remember?
Yeah, of course.
Monarch, open your mind to us. Treat us as extensions of your body. Good. Now it's my turn.
It's been too long, Sobi.
Yes, really gets my blood boiling.
Over here!
Monarch, look out! They mean to kill us with mindless slaves. I wish they had the courage to meet us face to face. So, up we go?
Yeah.
Be careful, Monarch. Try not to let Halen steal the blade from you. Remember, we all possess the same ability.
Yeah, make sure to be on your guard. We killed his suit, so he's probably scared. I wouldn't be surprised if he resorts to trickery.
Well then, perhaps you're stronger than I thought. No matter, though. I've been waiting for a worthy opponent. I'll savor killing you, Monarch. Every single moment.
Monarch, look out!
Saved by your friends, as always. I wonder how you'd handle things on your own. What do you say? Want to put that to the test?
We don't have time for your games, Halen. We will give you one chance. Surrender or die.
And who says you get to call the shots? Remember, I exist to manifest the Triumvirate's will, and right now, what they want is to see you all dead.
I've never let them down, and I don't plan on starting. You think you're special? That you're here to seize your destiny? No, you're nothing more than another insect for me to crush. You may have made it farther than most, but it doesn't matter. Even atop the highest mountain, an insect is still an insect. A being that exists for one purpose: to be exterminated!
Monarch!
There's something different about you, Sovi. Where was this passion when we worked together?
The Triumvirate doesn't allow passion, Halen. They take everything away. They bleed you dry and offer nothing in return, nothing but empty words. The rebellion gave me a place in this world. I belong to them now.
You mean they seduced you with flights of fancy? You honestly believe that he is our rightful ruler?
Without a doubt, I'd give my life for the Monarch. I know the truth of the Spirit Realm. The Triumvirate told me. This isn't some dream or fantasy. They told me themselves.
You mean?
Yes, that's what they told me before we left for Mazeo. It's why I didn't kill the Monarch when I had the chance. I told myself I'd never harm those in charge of this world. That's what separates the both of us, Halen. My loyalty is to Alestia. Yours is to the Triumvirate. They made you a slave with no choice but to obey.
No, I want to serve them. Your faith was challenged and you gave up. I'm not that weak. I stand tall and remain in line.
Then let the Monarch remove the curse they've put on you. If you still want to serve them, then we can continue to fight. And if not, then you'll realize that you were wrong all along.
No, I'm not wrong. I'll never give up, Sovi. Never. If you want to pay with your life, then I'll accept that toll. But know this. It brings me no pleasure to... Sophie.
Halen, I'm sorry. I didn't want it to be this way. Monarch, do something! I don't care what it is, just do it!
You know what? I'll stay behind. Pro and Fortum should be at the atrium any minute now. I want to make sure I'm there to greet them and fill them in.
Are you sure?
Yeah. It's not my place to face the Triumvirate. Not again. This fight belongs to the both of you. So go and see it through.
A good idea, actually. Something tells me we'll be fighting even more. Say, can you do me one favor before we head up? Here. Just trust me. Thank you.
Come on, 14, we can't hold the town square forever. I guess it's time. Stay back! I'm warning you! What? Mother.
Here, you'll be needing this. And watch your step as we go up those stairs. If you fall off the edge, well, you know how high we are. I have one piece of advice for you, Monarch. Don't let them talk to you. Just kill them with no question. All they'll do is try to justify their actions and earn your sympathy. They prey on the minds of the weak, of those that they can mold. I know you're strong, but they just have this way of convincing you. I'd hate to see that happen to you. So remember, kill them all.
Sylvie, you've returned. Were we not clear enough? A permanent exile is non-negotiable.
But you said... You said I could come back if I brought the blade. Is this not what you wanted? Was it not a test?
You think that you can fool us so easily? We know where your allegiance lies, Sophie. There is nothing in this world we cannot see.
Everything I did for you. Were you really too foolish to realize that? My attempt to help the rebellion was only an act. I've brought the enemy and the blade to your doorstep. Even after this, you deny me my redemption.
You've done nothing but bring an armed enemy into our home. Your judgment is clouded, Sophie. We decline your offer.
No! Then take this as an offering. That arm will never again be used against you. Before all of us, the monarch is defenseless.
You continue to surprise us, Sophie. Very well. Let us talk.
Thank you, Master. I am sorry for letting you down in the past. I can only hope that this offering is enough to please you. Remove threats to ensure the continued reign of Alestia's leaders. Is that not what you wanted? Is that not the role of the Grand Inquisitor?
You are right. Kneel, Sylvie, and pledge your loyalty. Then, turn that blade on the monarch and take his soul. That's all we need. The blade and the power inside him.
Yes, whatever you say, I will continue to serve. As the Grand Inquisitor, I have only one goal: removing threats to the throne of Alestia. And I shall start with you.
Sylvie!
I hate that you're making me do this. I hate the man that you've made me become.
Sylvie.
Monarch, I'm sorry. I think this is the end for me. Honestly, it has been. For a long time.
Stop! Do not draw that blade unless you intend to use it. That idol will respond to your aggression and fight back. We will not harm you. We brought you here for another reason. That is a tall order, Monarch. Well, true evil can almost never be fully defeated. Though heroes of the past stood victorious over evil, it was temporary. In the future, sometimes even millions of years ahead, the evil returned. And now it stands before you, corrupting the very heart of Alessia. But this is not the first world it has harmed, and it plans to keep moving. We follow it, with that blade, and save innocent worlds from its wrath. Look at the dying Balteus. It would deliver that fate to every single world. Rather than temporarily cast the idol away, we decided to settle down on this planet. Our goal was to find a way to destroy both the idol and the blade, for good. Doing so would liberate the universe from this eternal war. But we did not hold the power required to destroy the idol. Not yet. If we could make the blade stronger, though, then we might stand a chance. If it could match the strength of the idol, then that could be it. The energy unleashed in such a moment would destroy both for sure. Since the blade fed on life, we would have to start relying on others. They had planned to use this idol as a source of power, perhaps to aid in their conquest of other worlds. The universe belonged to them, they thought. But wielding the power of evil incarnate would only lead to ruin. We couldn't let them continue down a path as dangerous as that. So we cast them aside, in an astral prison using that blade. And as we did, we created new life on Alessia. A new, pure species that would keep on reproducing. A breeding ground of power for that blade to harvest. If we could make that blade strong enough, then we'd win. But even then, we couldn't gather power fast enough. The idol started corrupting and killing Balteus. We had to think of something, and fast. It led us down a path that we did not want to walk. But in order to create peace, it was necessary. We are nobody, and yet we are everyone. We are the same, and yet we are different. There is really no way to answer that question. Like you, we are simply beings capable of wielding that blade. When the sun sets on this era and rises again, we will be forgotten. Reduced to cosmic dust, we will become even less than a memory. It matters not how the cycle ends, only how the cycle began. The ones who created that blade could never comprehend what they started. An endless war of life against death, of purity against corruption. As long as that blade exists, there will be beings capable of wielding it. And as long as those beings exist, they will inevitably meet, just like us. A catalyst for the clashing of ideals. It exists only to create disorder. The mind can suffer when stuck in the same time and place. History repeating itself can be far more than maddening. We try to break free from the cycle, but only perish. This is why we will not stop you if you wish to kill us. That blade has kept us alive long enough to see things through. Our final rest would only be a sign that we have finally won. So go ahead, kill me, and kill my master. Turn that blade on the idol, and see what happens. See if you can free everybody from its wrath. Not just us, or Alestia, but all worlds, and all people. If you are not strong enough, then the cycle will just start anew. Before you know it, you may be facing us here once more. But know that we are not your enemy. All we've done to... Very well. Stop! Think about what you're doing. Everything we've done in the name of freedom. Normally, I'd send you back to start the cycle anew. But now, your strength surpasses mine. This must be the end. I beg for your mercy. Let me live to see what I fought for.
Dry your eyes, the dawn will come, sweeping clouds on wings of light. If you listen close, you can hear its song to chase away the night. Lift your face and feel the golden touch of the sun, so bright and new.
You can do this, Monarch. Don't give up.
Keep on moving! We didn't come this far just to lose now!
Joy into, together we held a sword.
I guess I'm no longer the strongest member of the rebellion. I'm proud of you, Monarch. You saw this through to the bitter end.
Is this really how you want your story to be told? Get up, Monarch! Get up and finish what you started!
I knew there was something special about you. Ever since the start. You brought us all together. and unified us. You made us a family.
So, everything has led to this. The monarchy is no more, but you can still live. Make it through this, and give Alestia the future it deserves.
Darkest fate, now hear the changed winds speak. They will sing of all the good we've done and how life has a chance. I'll be here in your memory. We had to take a stance. I will not disappear if you live on. Dance and find joy in all I've held, in all I've done. You will hear me, my dry your eyes, the dawn will come, sweeping clouds on wings of light.
Valessa returned to Valenorth, accepting her mantle as elder. Leading Valenorth in a way that respected its tradition, the nation flourished. Borders became less strict, and Valenorth was popular with tourists in the future. Because of her wishes and style of leadership, Valenorth retained its culture. Forests were left intact, the idol was left standing, and everything was just as it was. Going down in history as one of the most revered elders, all future rulers respected her wishes. Though the distance between you was immense, your love flourished. Frequent visits going both ways ensured that your bond never weakened. For when the love in one's heart is strong enough, nothing can stand in its way. That is, of course, except for the unforgiving flow of time. Though death would part the two of you, legends would speak of your near-eternal love. She lived a long, full life, a wonderful reward for her duty and sacrifice, as most would say. Because of your efforts and choices, Valessa survived. When the whole world stood against her, she faced it and prevailed. You gave her a gift of a happy, peaceful life, one not lost to senseless war. Fortem chose to settle in Mazeo after the war. Helping the nation's people adjust to the new world was his goal. However, this was to make up for the truth of learning that his parents were pirates. Undoing the damage they had done to the nation was his top priority. Soon after that, the wounds of Mazeo were healed. Everybody was safe and happy. Tales of the occupation and the triumvirate's wrath soon faded into history and legend. In his eyes, he had made up for any harm his parents had caused the nation. When he passed away, he was known as one of Mazeo's greatest public figures. Without his help and direction, many say the nation would have never recovered at all. During all of this, he kept in close contact with you. Frequent visits to the throne ensured that your love never waned. A small ceremony was held back in Valenorth to solidify your eternal love. From your new home in Balteus, you helped Fortem heal a wounded Mazeo. However, history would remember his efforts, as your legacy lay elsewhere. You were considered a team, and tales of your love endured both of your passing. It wasn't very long until word of Fortem's other endeavors came to light. Having been the first person to climb the grand tree, he was a legend. And just like he had wished, it soon became a tradition for climbers to scale the tree. This continued for almost an eternity after his passing. Climbers would leave notes for him at the top of the tree, close to the heavens. They thought that maybe somehow he could read them. They thanked him for all he had done. Fortem survived the war despite all odds. His strong love for everything around him kept him afloat. When all hope was lost, he stood up and challenged death in the face. And for that, he was never forgotten. Living a long and full life, he was happy. Alestia was forever better because of him. After the war, Pro settled down in Museo and started to write. He wanted to chronicle everything about the major players of the war. Working with any rebel survivors, he pledged that their story would never be lost. His works would go down in history as the most detailed records of wartime. People would aspire to write like him, but to this date, none have come close. Considered one of the greatest historians in Alestia, he retired and lived a peaceful life. He knew that his writings could influence the people's perception in a large way. To this end, he constantly wrote you letters to ensure he had your approval. However, the real reason he wrote was to keep the love between you alive. Almost operating as a team, you ensured that only the true history was written down. As the victor, you could have told the people anything, but you were a just and honest ruler. A ceremony was held in Museo to pledge your love to one another until the end of your days. Pro's identity as the mole within the rebellion never came to light. However, even if it did, he had done enough to make up for his actions. Many aspired to write like him, but none could achieve such prowess. After the war, Ulrich did his best to assist the throne and serve the monarchy. There was much to take care of, and things were chaotic after the fog of war settled. But he was up to the task, and he did everything in his power to make the world a better place. Ulrich, protesting against your decision in Alarinthia, never visited his home nation again. Dracu remained in power, and Ulrich set his sights on serving the monarchy instead. Because everybody remained in peace, this was not seen as a loss of any kind. During your reign, you had never known a more loyal ally. Though his past was with the Inquisition, his future was with you. Your love was strong, and ruling together was a joy. The world was at peace. He took on the job of helping the world adjust to the new status quo. Spreading the news of the Triumvirate's fall, he helped people understand. It was a task as monumental as it was long to complete, but he did complete it. The world embraced your rule, and Alestia was forever better because of it. Insurrections were rare and insignificant. Things were peaceful, all thanks to you. As your right hand and lover, Ulrich did everything in his power to keep it that way. Thanks to your efforts in lifting his curse, Ulrich was finally able to grow old. Though death was now capable of taking him, he seemed happier than ever before, especially now that he had somebody like you by his side to grow old with him. Thanks to your efforts, Ulrich was able to live a happy life, free from the Triumvirate. The shadows of his past soon dissipated, and he turned into a new man, truly loved by the people. Though his secrets never came to light, he had certainly done enough work to make up for them. Domek fell during the battle in Balteus, and it was a tragic loss. A massive blow to morale made your victory seem somewhat hollow. After all, were it not for Domek, things would have never gotten this far. He was remembered posthumously for his strategical genius. It was incredible how he led the rebellion after Solus's passing. A memorial service was held, and almost every soldier showed up. You were crushed at the loss of Domek. your closest ally and lover. Though your time together was short, you never got over the loss of your relationship. It was beautiful, though, how even in a time of war, love could prevail as much as it did. Though Damek was lost to the war, his actions were never forgotten. His job of leading the rebellion after Solus's passing became a legend. Were it not for his coordination, things never would have happened as they did. After his death, all claims that he was responsible for the attack in Mazeo were dropped. He was respected after his passing and left behind a legacy of trained men and women. Because of what he taught them, the monarchy would have unparalleled military might. Sovi's past crimes were pardoned posthumously, and he was labeled as a hero. His defection from the triumvirate and his advice regarding them were seen as invaluable. Were it not for his actions and his change of heart, the war would have been lost. A memorial service was held, and almost every surviving member of the rebellion attended. Even Ulrich showed up. He was happy, knowing that his friend had finally redeemed himself. His story would go down in history, teaching people that nobody is beyond a second chance. You never forgot what he did for you and your cause. Had he not perished, you're certain that your love would have grown into something special. But you'd never know for sure. And this was always something that stuck in the back of your mind. Giving Howell his independence came at the cost of his life. However, he knew the chances of dying were high when he asked. People would say that you made the right choice by granting him his wish. But since you appointed him as your advisor, there was now a gap to fill. For a while, your work was stressful and incredibly overwhelming. It was thanks to the help of your friends that you prevailed. Many mourned the loss of Howell in the battle for Alessia. His wealth of knowledge about the monarchy would have filled books. However, his kind was now all but extinct, a casualty of this ruthless war. Aaron's tavern went on to boom in popularity, being near the birthplace of the monarch. He was forever thankful that he didn't have to give up his home like Damek had wanted. As a tribute to you, he would rename the tavern in the future, his way of saying thanks. This is where Milas settled down, unable to decide between Mazeo and Valenorth. He lived a happy and peaceful life, choosing how his remaining days played out. Being free to choose what happened to him, he was never bound by duty again. After the chaos dwindled, Neda returned to Mazeo to retrieve her end of the bargain. Every pirate was forgiven for their crimes and followed Neda to her new, powerful nation. With trade bans lifted, her new nation quickly became more powerful than Mazeo. The Mazaean shipping company simply couldn't compete with such skilled individuals. The discretion and speed associated with working a life of crime gave her team the advantage. She eventually amassed enough to purchase the company, and she dominated the industry. Alex didn't seem interested in this new pirate utopia, however. With his criminal record erased, he started to enjoy life like everybody else. Eventually offering to serve the new monarchy's naval army, he became a general. After finding himself fully redeemed, Grizz returned to his office as mayor. Honoring the pirate treaty he had coordinated, he helped Mazeo adjust to every change. He had long since been forgiven by the people, but it was only now that he forgave himself. The Monarch vessels were affected by your attack on the Dark Idol. As if offering their strength when needed the most, the excess spirits vanished. When the fog of war settled, they were left as individuals, free of pain and despair. Draku returned to Alarinthia and continued to rule it with his iron grip. Challengers came and went, but Draku was always victorious in the Colosseum. He was known as the first ruler of Alarinthia who succumbed to old age and natural causes. After his passing, a grand tournament was held, and anybody was capable of entering. Because nobody challenged Draku, the nation would have to start with a clean slate. A new ruler emerged, and Alarinthia stayed largely the same for the rest of history. Shane was killed in action during the final assault on Balteus. Many members of the new monarchy refused to speak about his betrayal. The wounds he inflicted in your cause were grievous, and his justice was served. Halen fell during the final assault on Balteus, by your hands. When his true nature came to light, many wondered if you made the right choice. Could he have been liberated? And if so, could he ever be trusted? Nobody knew. But some would say that this was for the best, and the public moved on to believe it. With a history of moles and defectors in this war, risks were too dangerous. Difficult choices needed to be made. You were all too familiar with that fact. With the Dark Idol gone from Balteus, the corruption slowly waned. Over the next several decades, it made a complete transformation. Many would call it the most beautiful place in all of Alestian history. Its name was changed to New Balteus, and left behind its old roots. No longer would it be known as the seat of the tyrannical triumvirate. People would see it as the place where Alestia was changed forever. People would come from all over the world to see the home of the new monarchy. It became a symbol of new beginnings, teaching people that change is always possible. As the corruption slowly disappeared, people settled down and turned it into a prosperous nation. You were loved by all of your subjects and led the world into a new age. But guiding everybody to the bright future you secured would be a journey of its own. And knowing that fact made one thing clear. Your work had only just begun. Thank you for your service, Monarch. For everything you've done, you will never be forgotten.
Monarch! I'm so glad you made it. When the castle started shaking, I feared for the worst. I'm just glad I got to ring that bell. I saved so many lives.
I'll admit, I was starting to worry as well. Sorry if you were scared when we parted ways earlier. But thanks to those daggers, they didn't stand a chance.
I'm not gonna lie, I was almost dead meat. If it weren't for Grizz, I would have been a goner for sure. And here I thought that I preferred sneaking alone.
Everything went as planned. I bet you have some pretty interesting stories to tell. Save it for later, though. There's a lot of work to do.
Wait, Rest? You know there won't be any time for that, right? You're the ruler of this world now. There's still so much left to do.
He's right. Taking down the Triumvirate was just the first step. We need to tell the people what happened, and earn their loyalty.
But it won't be all bad, right? I mean, we'll have your back the entire time.
Whoa, watch your step, Monarch. Here, let's find you a place to sit down.
Yeah, then we can talk about what happens next. Remember, this isn't the end. It's just the beginning.